Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Atlantic Forum Spring Conference. My name is Jeffrey Hoevenagel and I'm the conference chair. If you missed day 1 of the conference, you could always catch up and rewatch the live stream. Day 1 was absolutely not to be missed. We had the unique opportunity to welcome NATO Deputy Secretary General Mircea Joanna, who discussed resilience and technology and the importance of young professionals, further discussing NATO's exciting Young Professionals program. The second session of the day focused on NATO 2030 and taking a closer look into NATO itself and the challenges it faces and a discussion on the way forward. The third session had a lively discussion on NATO's external relations and the dimensions, and importantly taking a stronger look on the women, peace and security agenda, the importance of inclusivity, and ensuring everyone's voice is heard. We wrapped up with a casual discussion on the Atlantic Forum. Today we will explore some exciting topics. We will start with Mark Laity's presentation, followed with sessions dedicated to lawfare and counterterrorism in the age of great power rivalry. Then we will have a high-level presentation from NATO's Assistant Secretary General for Intelligence and Security, David Kattler. We are finally closing day 2 with space. As a friendly reminder, questions can be asked in the comment sections below in both live streams, and patrons can ask their questions directly in Slido, and Zoom will be opened in the lunch break. Now let us start with the opening session of day 2 with Mark Laity.
Good morning, everyone. As you can see, my name is Mark Laity. I'm now the director of the Stratcom Academy and formerly the director of communications at Shape. And it's a pleasure to be here to kick off the morning session. And I'll be starting a presentation now. So hoping everyone can see that, then let's get going. What we're talking about in this session is hybrid. As everyone knows, I'm a strategic communicator, and strategic communications is one of the key elements of hybrid, whatever term you use. So let's give you a quote to start with. The gentleman at the bottom is not only the leading, the head of the armed forces for the United Kingdom, but he's someone with a huge amount of experience on operations, off operations, and is one of the leading thinkers about the world we live in now. And I think if you look at the quote that's on the screen, the emphasis he puts on narrative. So within the context of constant competition, he's saying success is defined by the triumph of the narrative. And I think it's a very striking quote. War is a theater and you're a producer of a spectacle. NATO has been gripping hybrid and putting it in the context of Stratcom really ever since the Russian aggression in Ukraine. So the quote you see on the screen, you see the Wales Summit Declaration, hybrid warfare need to be answered by enhancing Stratcom. And then you see Jens Stoltenberg highlighting, if you like, the key point about hybrid, which is to be below the threshold of a major war. But that is a kind of war in itself, aggressive actions below Article 5. Now, of course, NATO is still very much in the deterrence business. People often talk about the credibility, the ability to... Geoffrey, I'm getting a lot of interference. If there is a problem there, let me know, otherwise I'm going to keep going. It's the triad for terror. Everyone knows details. The noise has gone down a little bit. I'm sorry about this, people. But you're probably hearing that I'm there. Okay, the noise is now gone. It's now started again. Okay, I will continue. The last point I was making about the triad. Everyone understands in deterrence the ability to fight, the willingness to fight. But of course, if the enemy doesn't know you have the ability and the willingness, then you're not deterrent. So communication is essential to deterrence as capability and willingness. There's nothing new about hybrid in many respects. It's a term that we've used, but the Cold War was in many respects a hybrid conflict. And the very first SAC year, General Eisenhower, I think was an extremely effective strategic communicator. He called it psychological warfare. And this is a man who led the biggest military action, the biggest military alliance the world has ever seen. And he got to the essence of it when he highlighted that everything we say, everything we do will have its impact. So strategic communication is not public affairs on steroids. It's about communicating in everything we say and do. And as he highlights, everything we fail to say or do. Now, we've adopted that, and the quote that you see for NATO at the bottom comes from one of the key documents of NATO that highlights information strategy has to be integrated. It's at the heart of policy planning and implementation, and then integrated to achieve the effects we need to forward the alliance. So here is the agenda that we're going to look at. And we'll start obviously with hybrid. Many of you may have seen this slide before. It's quite well known. It's called the Gerasimov slide. And it is the Russian view of how war will be fought. Not how the Russians fight war specifically, it's how they think war will be fought, which obviously includes them. So you'll see General Gerasimov, the chief of the Russian General Staff, highlights phases of conflict, and on the left, it's covert, so it's happening, whether we know it or not, and then it escalates through the crisis, then you have your fight, and then somebody wins. What's interesting, and what I want people to look at, is that the non-military in blue and the military in gray, there's only one thing that goes from the beginning to the end and straddles both non-military and military. And that's what the Russians call information confrontation. Now, that is their version of StratCom. It's not the same. It's much more expansive, more kinetic, more military, but it's as close as we get to StratCom, information confrontation. And you can see how important it is to them. And it's all about preparation. So Sun Tzu, the great thinker, great military thinker, highlights that you don't go to war unless you've planned. You win before you go to war. You get your ducks in a row. And for Gerasimov and the Russians, information dominance is key. So this is a quote from him in 2017. And notice the bit in red, please. Achieving information dominance is an indispensable prerequisite for combat actions. Not advantage, dominance, and not nice to have, but indispensable. And you've got to win that before you can go into combat. Now, that combat could be a short war, it could be a long war, or maybe you can win without going to war altogether. And I think that we should assume that the adversaries that NATO and the countries that support NATO have is one where our adversaries would like to win, to achieve their objectives without a war, because war is uncertain and costly, whether you win or whether you lose. So you can see the emphasis the Russians are putting on information as an element of hybrid, indispensable. And this is kind of reflected in the way that we see hybrid conflict conducted now. So what are the paths to power short of an actual war of the traditional kind? So the image you can see is a logo for one of the Russian cyber actors, Fancy Bear. And there's three elements: information, which we're talking about, cyber, which can be technical and psychological. You can, if you like, use it as a tool for passing on your misinformation, your disinformation, but you can also use it to achieve actual effects such as shutting power grids. And also their intelligence agencies. Now, Russian intelligence agencies are much more active than most nations' intelligence agencies. Most NATO nations primarily use their intelligence agencies as spying to gather information. For the Russians, the GRU, FSB, and so on are actors. They act, they do a lot. Space and electronic warfare are now another path to war, a path to power. A lot of hybrid activity is deniable. Our ability to pass information, to control ourselves, is critically dependent on things like GPS space. If the Russians, or Chinese for that matter, can interfere in space in a deniable manner, they give themselves an incredible amount of advantage. And we're already seeing some of the things that are happening is that space is becoming a hybrid battleground. And one of the things that we would see is for leverage, an adversary would interfere with our space communications and deny it. And it's very hard to prove that it's true. Special forces are now a key element of hybrid. They're not the only people who use them. The Americans have often used special forces, for instance. But deniable special forces, such as the Wagner Group, you're seeing the Russians using special forces as advisors, actors, players in places like Africa, and they're always deniable. And then finally, economic. Economic is not just things like sanctions or the Russian use, say, of gas supplies in Ukraine. It is economic corruption. And you'll see this in particular with the Chinese. It's much cheaper to buy a country or buy its leadership than it is to develop a country. And you're seeing this happening with the Russians and the Chinese. The Chinese Belt and Road Initiative is both soft power, but also a weapon of hybrid power because it gets people into debt traps. So all of these elements achieve enormous things. But the Russians, I think, have also given us some lessons on one of the key elements of obtaining power, which is narrative to persuade. And we'll talk more about narrative in a little bit. This is a statue of Prince Vladimir of Kiev in a square next to the Kremlin, and a speech that President Putin gave on why Prince Vladimir should be near the Kremlin and why he mattered. And what you see there is they use Prince Vladimir, who's an incredibly important figure in the Slavic history. He is the person who pushed the Slavic nations down the Orthodox route. He is the person who pulled together the countries through persuasion and conquering. He's incredibly important to the Ukrainians. He's actually very important to anyone who is of the Orthodox religion. And what the Russians have done is they've tried to take him and make him a tool of the Russian narrative. And you can see from what Putin is saying there, he is saying Vladimir, who everybody in the Orthodox world, the Slavic world, reveres, was a defender of Russian lands, not Slavic lands, who united all of the people across the Slavic world into one. And then he says, our duty today, in other words, Russia's duty, is to do the same. In other words, to control the near abroad, if you like, to create a Soviet Union light. So he is using the history and the narrative of the Slavic world to justify Russians' strategy. And their use of history is very, very much aligned to how they want to achieve their strategic aims. So the hybrid conflict in Ukraine, what they did was they took the history, the Ukrainian fight, the Crimean fight against the Nazis in World War II. They then said that Ukrainian government, the Kiev government, was in effect Nazis. They gave people, using a classic marketing trick, a binary choice. They said to Crimeans in their referendum on unification with Russia, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a Nazi or do you want to be a Russian? Do you want to be Kiev, Nazis, or do you want to be Russians, which is not much of a choice. And they do this by tapping into contemporary viewpoints as well. So we live in a world, and you're all much younger than me, and you're all very much more aware of these modern events, where trust in establishments, trust in governments is lacking. And a lot of it dates from the Iraq conflict and the weapons of mass destruction fiasco, and also the financial crisis of 2000, 2008. And Russia today, the Russian propaganda arm, highlights that it tries to promote itself by saying, trust no one, question more. And that's a very important philosophical point as well. If you look at the quote in red, Margarita Simonyan, who is the RT editor-in-chief, has battened on to the distrust of establishment, which has been there a long time, hence the image of the X-Files with its logo, trust no one, and said there's no such thing as objectivity. In other words, everything's a viewpoint. And Hannah Arendt, who some of you will be very well aware of, who was a philosopher of the totalitarian nations, highlights if you can confuse people, if you can make them unsure of what's true and what's false, they become very easy to manipulate. And so this is a profound point that we need to be aware of. If we lose the concept of truth, of a shared set of facts, we become very easy to manipulate. In Arendt's world, we become the ideal subject of totalitarian rule. And when they're caught out, the Russians are very open about this. Margarita Simonyan, again, asked on a Russian internet radio, why does Russia need RT? And there's her answer. It's a weapon, like any other. And going back to this existential nature of the post-truth era, there's two quotes, one from a Republican president and one from a Democratic president of the United States, highlighting governments fail, democracy can't work. So when we talk about the struggle that we're in now, I believe it's existential. So what are the lessons? Well, the first thing is go back to that Gerasimov slide. It's happening. It also goes back much further. The nature of trust, credibility, belief in systems. This has been going on since Sun Tzu, since Aristotle. What they are is they're taking the new technology and taking those old principles and they're applying them. So we need to understand what's going on in the world. Understand is critical. We need to make sure that our policies, our strategies, understand the communication effort. We need to align everything because the Russians don't just issue propaganda, they do it with a purpose to support their geographical aims, their geostrategic aims, as do the Chinese. And it's everyone's business. When you're not in a full-blown war, then NATO is not necessarily the lead agency. And it's not just government, it's society. It's me, it's you. And this takes resources and expertise. Nothing comes cheap. And then looking at my thing, real strategic communication, not just whacking out some messages like a press release. So let's now look at narrative. I want to give you a very early example of narrative. Vladimir Putin. The image on the left is of a Russian television series, which was very, very popular when he was growing up. It's called The Shield and the Sword, which is the motto of the KGB. When Putin gave an interview to an American newspaper, it says, why did he join the KGB? And he said, because I love their stories. And he highlights a pure and utterly successful product of Soviet patriotic education. So Putin, in many respects, is Putin because of the narrative that he took. But we're all part of a narrative. Stories have been going since we learned to speak. We're all trying to go from an old story where we were, to a new story, where we want to be as individuals, as a society. And also, stories are how we explain the world around us. They're that important. So there you have an image of a classic old-fashioned story telling. But throughout the ages, the storyteller is revered, the painter, the filmmaker. So on the left, that's a classic image of a British painter giving Sir Walter Raleigh, one of the great heroes of British history, one of the great sailors, his love of the sea. And then on the right, Spielberg, who has been so influential in setting the modern American narrative. Stories are what drive us. So why is that? Because sometimes it seems an awful lot to build on a story. How can we rest so much on stories? And the reason is because we always have. There's a concept called behavioral modernity. And as you can see, it's about when did we start organizing ourselves? When did we start planning? When did we become a society? And it's put under the term behavioral modernity. And it evolved over 50 to 150,000 years as we move from individual loincloths and families to much bigger groupings. And then compare it with literacy. 3,000 years ago, 1% of people could read and write and do their numbers. In 1820, it was still only 12%. If you take the UK as an example, in 1500, 10% of men, 1% of women. And then in the red, there's the point. For 47,000 plus years, we developed without literacy or numeracy. And yet we did pretty damn well. We advanced a long way. And the story was the critical way that we passed on our development. When we couldn't read or write, we sat around the fireside and we told each other stories. So the three elements then of successful communication also go back. I've quoted Sun Tzu. Here is Aristotle. Aristotle's Rhetoric is the book to read about how you communicate. And he has three elements from which all the rest fall. Logos, pathos, ethos, argument, passion, credibility. The combination of those three is what communicates. A good argument isn't going to cut it. In fact, pathos, passion works more. Ethos, the right to be listened to. A person who is listened to. It's no good having a good story. It's no good having a good argument if people don't think you're credible. And past and present highlight that. Daniel Kahneman, who some of you I'm sure have read his wonderful book, Thinking Fast and Slow, won a Nobel Prize for his understanding of behavioral economics. And as an economist, he highlighted numbers don't make decisions. They need a story. And if you read his books and if you look at behavioral psychology, they all say the same thing. And more militarily, the US counterinsurgency doctrine links narratives with organization. The same pillars, the same essential elements of a narrative can actually form the basis of a plan. And if that seems far-fetched, that's why I put up that technical quote from a US counterinsurgency doctrine worked out by hard-bitten people who wanted to win wars. So this is what stories and narratives do. So they create that culture. They create the group identity. They help stabilize us and a frame of reference. They reinforce identity and they're persuasive. People like stories. And as the counterinsurgency doctrine says, it's an organizing framework. So stories work either for or against us. And here, I think, is a dramatic example of the story. I'm sure most of you will recognize the two images are from the Hunger Games. A superb series of films, which are actually very heavily focused on strategic communication. If you look at Mockingjay Part 1, then you will see that. The outlying districts are being oppressed by the capital, and they have a symbol, the three-finger salute, and you can see it in both of the images there. Now look at this. And this is present-day Myanmar, where the three-finger salute has become the symbol of resistance. Hunger Games is a story. Myanmar is a reality. And yet, the story, the resonance of the Hunger Games story is so strong that it has become the symbol of resistance in Myanmar. And before that, in Thailand, where the three-finger salute is now outlawed. It's banned. It's illegal. And this isn't just a fancy thing for a demonstration. Look at the image on the left. Those are people who need shields to protect themselves from the Burmese authorities. And on it is painted that three-finger salute. That's what stories do. They inspire, they lead. So let's look a little bit at NATO's approach. Now, I'm no longer in NATO, but, you know, it's easier to leave NATO on retirement than to take NATO out of yourself in terms of your opinions and beliefs and views. Within NATO, I was one of the joint authors of our military policy on STRATCOM. Now, this is a very technical definition that's up there, but I think it's very important because it understands hybrid strategic communications and the way we need to work. We take our communications and we integrate them with other military activities. They're not a standalone function. They don't happen before, they don't happen after, they happen alongside. And then we use that to understand what's going on and then shape to act. So the point of STRATCOM, integrate, understand, shape, to actually do things. It is not an information. This is really hard to do. Easy to say, easy-ish, hard to do. And I want to highlight then the principles of strategic communications in NATO, because I would also say they are the principles of NATO, both in terms of its values and how it works. So NATO's values have to be reflected in everything we say and do. And we'll talk a little bit about our values later. So the first thing you do as a strategic communicator is you live NATO's values. You integrate, as I've explained, your narrative, policy, and strategy. They all have to come together. You have to be credible. Because if you want people to listen to you, if you want people to heed you, if you want people to do what you want them to do, they have to be prepared to say, this person is worth listening to. This person is worth following. And usually that means you've got to align your words and actions. You can't just talk the talk, you must walk the walk. And when you are talking to somebody, know your audience. Because it's no good, put it in very crude terms, it's no good speaking English to a non-English speaking Frenchman, or vice versa. Know your audience. Again, collective and integrated. This is whole of government stuff. The world of hybrid is all of us. And then always know what you're trying to achieve. Very often people mean well, but then you ask them what you mean, they can't tell you. And In the hybrid world, in the StratCom world, we have to be empowered at all levels. In our own ways, we're all communicators. So that brings me, I think, to the point about where does all this lead? I like history. I'm sure many of you do. The Melian Dialogues was something written by Thucydides, who wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War, which is basically the great struggle between the two great powers of Athens and Sparta. Spartans versus the Athenians. Thucydides, in many respects, although this was a war of ancient Greece, many of the philosophical themes are the same. They're unchanged. It's why people read Greek history, it's why they read things like Thucydides. As part of that, he dramatized one of the small incidents within that, which was what happened to a country called Melia, a small country. Think of it like saying one of the Baltics. And it was neutral. It wanted to stay out of this battle between Sparta and Athens. And in the end, the Athenians said, no, you're going to have to join us. You don't have to fight, but we're going to put in a controller. You will become part of us, and in effect, we will control your foreign policy and have a ruler. And the Melians said, hang on, we're neutrals. We don't want to be part of this. We've not interfered. We've not helped Sparta. Just leave us aside. And also, they said, you Athenians, you aspire to democracy. You keep saying that you respect the rights of other nations. Now, what are you doing? And in the dialogues, this became the most famous phrase. As the world goes, right is only in question between equals in power. The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. In other words, I'm big, you're small, get in line. The classic great power, realist, near-realist, offensive realist, all of the social things you talk about, one of the things that's been going on is spheres of influence, the great game. It's about big powers using their big muscle to do what they want, while the small guys get in line. And in the end, the Melians got in line. They were conquered because they resisted. And people look at the Melian dialogues in different ways. Some see it as ultimately cynical. Some see it as showing we have to be realistic about the world. The Russians love being the big guy. There was a period after the end of the Cold War when we all said spheres of influence were bad, that let's put them aside, let's ignore them. And then that all got put aside by the Russians. In his Munich speech in 2007, I think it was, Putin highlighted that Russia had always carried out an independent foreign policy in its own way. And if you look at the Russian history, it has always wanted to control the nations around it, what they now call their near abroad. And at the height of their power, what was the Soviet Union? They always regarded, in a very cynical way, that in order to defend Russia, they needed to control Eastern Europe. They have now reverted to that. And so Medvedev, when he was the president, sort of, highlighted that they had privileged interests in regions. And what it meant was the near abroad, what it calls the near abroad. All its neighbors has privileged interests from the Russians, where the Russians have extra rights and those nations don't. So this is never, we're going back to the way the world has so often been. We had the end of the Cold War, we had this brief period of sunlight where maybe we thought we could move on. And we haven't, and possibly we can't. And China's in that great game on all fronts. I've not talked about them much. I think NATO needs to work out what it wants to do about China other than worry. But it's in the great game on all fronts, in the hybrid level, at the diplomatic thing. Look at this aggressive diplomacy. It's wolf warrior diplomacy, as it's called. You know, so you arrest one of us, we seize some of your nation as hostages. Hugely aggressive ambassadors now, but also aggressive in the way that it tries to control ethnic Chinese abroad. It's Confucius institutes, which are just propaganda institutes. It's also incredibly aggressive on the information front. The three warfares, which are media warfare, psychological warfare, and legal warfare. A very sophisticated philosophy, which they had developed long before hybrid, and has its roots actually in the Chinese Communist Party of Mao, but is now the official doctrine of the People's Liberation Army, the Chinese army. United front work, which is a benign sounding phrase for a very covert kind of soft power truism. Speak to Australians, speak to New Zealanders about the way that they use this united front work to, they call it a magic weapon, to infiltrate other societies. Then on the military side, the South China Sea, which is a combination of aggression and legal warfare, in that they're building artificial islands which have no legal status, but they're asserting their legal status. They're asserting the Chinese control the South China Sea because of historical rights, which are nonsense, but they're asserting that. And then the defense spending to back it, the world's biggest navy. That's huge. They are spending vast sums on defense, outspending nations. The figures they issue are not even close to what they are. Then, of course, economic. Chinese are perfectly entitled to sell abroad, but what you see is the political use of its power. The Belt and Road is not just a way of exporting Chinese goods, it's a way of gaining influence, of controlling. You're buying countries, you're buying influence, you're corrupting. And of course, there's many nations are finding their debt traps. Is the Chinese don't do anything for free, nothing. So that new great game is, of course, the same old great game. Another quote from the Melian Dialogues. The cynicism of the Russian and Chinese is they say, well, we're only doing what everybody does. And that was in the Melian Dialogues as well. The Athenians told the Melians, if you were as powerful as us, you would do the same. If you were as powerful as us, you would do the same as us. And that's reflected in NATO 2030, where we now, you can read the quote, competing great powers. But NATO is different. And here's just from the NATO-Russia Founding Act. The aim, which Russia has set aside, was to create a space of security and stability without dividing lines or spheres of influence, limiting the sovereignty of any state. The nature of NATO is one where we cannot and do not play the old great game. That's where NATO is different, because it's a consensus organization. Frankly, we all know that sometimes it's a pain in the ass for the bigger members of NATO when one of the smaller members of NATO says no. But it makes NATO what it is. reminds us that we are different. And when you're doing a narrative, it helps to have something simple. And I've always loved this quote from the Norwegian Prime Minister of the time, Erna Solberg. That's what it's about. A simple statement. Very often people say we don't explain ourselves very well, and very often they're right. But there it is in a sum. We cannot have a world where big countries decide what to do with their neighbors. And there aren't many big countries. Russia, up to a point, it's a big country. Economically, it's not. China, the United States, some regional powers. But, most of us are small and medium countries. So unless we band together, basically we're screwed. So we need our strategic narrative to persuade people. And this is taken from our doctrine, one of our directives at NATO. And I think it explains why you need that narrative. Because as Aristotle highlighted, support comes from logic and instinct. If we want support, it must resonate. And then what we do must be consistent, because otherwise we have no credibility. And then we need a simple narrative. And there is the simple narrative as currently written. So when somebody says, what's NATO for? That's what you can say. And what's interesting is that is what NATO's narrative has always been. And this is used in the NATO 2030. So some things never change. And most people don't have time to be very interested in NATO. Most people don't have much time to be interested in much beyond their normal lives. So if somebody says, well, what's NATO for? That's what we're for. So in terms of the narrative, there are the questions that I would suggest you ask. Now, I know many of you will be students and so on, but you still have a group. You still have a group of people. The fact that you're still listening to me, the fact you're in this forum, shows you're interested. So what is your narrative? Do you understand it? Who are you trying to speak to? And you're in the Spring Forum. We're fighting a war. It's not the normal war, but we're still fighting it. So what are you doing? So I kind of give a checklist for action. And we need to wake up, recognize the world has changed. Some bits never changed. Sun Tzu, Clausewitz, Melian dialogues, but many bits don't, that have changed. So we need to organize for what's happening today. We need to integrate on a much broader area than we ever have before. You need to make sure your communicator is a core player, not an afterthought. Understand what's happening. Educate yourself or others. Think strategically. Don't get tied up in the little stuff. And remember, we need allies everywhere. Most important, though, live your values. And Ed Murrow, perhaps the greatest post-war journalist, an American, encapsulated a lot of what needs to be done. To be persuasive, we must be believable. To be believable, we must be credible. To be credible, we must be truthful. So I'll leave you with what I tend to say show NATO military audiences. The say-do gap must be eliminated. And NATO's doing a lot of that. But it needs to keep doing it and needs to keep doing it better. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think now is the time for me to speak.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I shall shortly introduce myself. I'm Nina van der Heijden. I'm a second lieutenant at the Dutch Army. I work for the Communication and Engagement Company. And I just started with my first function as a commander of a tactical PSYOPs team. And it's really interesting because I also learned a little bit in my specialist training to become a CNE officer about StratCom. And I hear some things coming back. So I think that's a good thing because you tell the same story as the Dutch StratCom officers do. And I would like to start with a question myself. Because what we also discussed during our training is the moral high ground, and it's really because you stated really clear that you have to live your values, and NATO has a really clear narrative, and of course values that become with them, but Russia is quite successful in, how do I say it? Yeah, well, their propaganda, and it's like black propaganda, so they lie, and it's really effective. And I'm really curious about your opinion about it, because of course, to be honest, it's really important, and it's really important to NATO, but Russia is really effective too with their strategy. It's quite maybe an ethical question, but I'm really curious about your point of view about it.
Before I answer, I want to say, can people see me, or am I still behind the screen? I just want to make sure I haven't left the presentation on. Okay, good. They can see me. Look, this is a really difficult one. Some NATO nations are frankly not living all of the values that we aspire to. I'm not going to shy away from that. I'm retired now. They can't, my pension's invested, they can't get at it. Some nations are not living up to those values, and I think that's a problem. It's not a killer problem, because the point about NATO is it is not primarily about what happens internally to nations. It's about nations coming together to protect themselves against external threats. Mm-hmm. So in many respects, I would argue, for instance, that the EU, which does, and I don't mean this pejoratively, does interfere very heavily in internal affairs, would have a bigger problem. NATO's nations are looking to NATO to defend it, not interfere in their internal affairs. So to a degree, we have a get-out clause, and a genuine, legitimate one. But nevertheless, I do think that we are damaged, and I use we because I'm a member of a NATO nation, not just in NATO. We are damaged by some of the nations. But at the same time, what we still can say is we're not interfering in nations. We're not telling these nations to join this club or leave that club or whatever. We're not interfering in that sense, whereas Russia is quite clearly trying to interfere. It quite clearly wants to control the entire foreign policies of the Baltic nations. It quite clearly wants to destroy NATO. It wants to take away the primary defense instrument of 30 nations. We're not trying to do that to Russia. You know, Russia can carry on being a kleptocracy as far as we're concerned. You know, not our problem. But they want to interfere in us. So I think there is a big difference there. I think living your values in terms of there's certain things that we do defend, which are inherent in what we said. For instance, democracy. So a country that abandons democracy is a big problem for us, especially now. During the Cold War, we could get away with it to a degree because everyone understood there was an existential struggle between communism and democracy. So when a country like Greece was being ruled by the colonels, or when Turkey was having one of its phases when it was ruled by the generals, people kind of understood that. As they said, that's not good, but it's far more important to make sure that the Russian shock armies don't roll across the border. When the threat from other nations is much more value-driven, then the values of democracy become rather more important. So I think it is more important that we now live up to our values, and at least in certain core things. And I think if a NATO nation just decided it didn't want to do democracy anymore, I do think we have a big problem.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I made some notes during the process, so good. Thank you. Then I received some questions from the public, and let me start with the first one. Why did Russia betray and become hostile to NATO post-1991, despite aid and friendship extended?
Well, I think Russia's always been Russia. In the sense, that doesn't mean that countries can't change. They do. But Russia has certain streams of history which mean that it has always been suspicious of outsiders. It believes in things like Mackinder's heartland theory and so on, which highlights where is the center of power and its need to control its periphery. Somewhat cynically, but somewhat genuinely, it genuinely believed that it needed to control Romania and Hungary and all the countries on its periphery in order to stop itself being invaded. Now, it's frankly absurd to imagine, the days when, massive army corps would rove across the Russian steppes are just gone. It's never going to happen anymore. But it's deep inside the Russian psyche that they have always been invaded, and therefore they need buffer zones. And they regarded the Warsaw Pact as a buffer zone to some degree. And they now take the same attitude to the nations around them. And I think you then go back to the Melian dialogues. When NATO enlarged to take in the former Warsaw Pact, it was not a threat to Russia. But if Russia had enlarged to take in NATO nations, it would have been a threat to us. So bullies always interpret the actions of others in light of their own psychology of being a bully. So if you're a good guy, you tend to interpret other people's actions in the nicest light. If you're a bully, you tend to interpret them in the nasty light. When NATO enlarged, many in Russia saw it as a threat, especially its traditional security institutions. You also had, I think, a profound disillusionment with capitalism because of the economic crisis that followed Yeltsin and the kleptocracy that built up and so on, to the point that they became very disillusioned. They thought there was a point, I think, that if they had managed the transition, when things might have been managed better. But I think everything that happened to them made them rush back to the big man, which became Putin. Putin is what Putin has always been. I frankly don't believe he was ever going to be anything different. I think the idea that somehow we did something that changed his mind is just rubbish. You don't go from being a KGB colonel and then end up as the world's richest man through stuff you don't announce. And the man is as crooked as they come. He didn't decide, oh, the West was nasty to me, I think I'll become a crook and enrich myself. Honest people don't become dishonest like that at his age. So I think to some degree what we saw was always going to happen, but there were missteps. And I think the chaos of the Russian transition from communism to crony capitalism was probably the biggest key factor.
Right, thank you. Then the second question. Post-1991, hardcore communists have left Russia, and so did East Germans. In your view, the illegal network posing a threat to our democracies, and what should allied governments do?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some very hard issues here. And I think the same applies to China. And I come from, and I'm British. And what we have done is that we have been prepared to look the other way on letting very rich people who acquired their money through a kleptocracy to, in effect, laundry it in our countries. And they put the money, they bought football clubs, they bought companies, they've invested in things, and we've let our short-term view overwhelm our long-term values. It's very, very easy. It's a slippery slope. And, you've seen some of the people who've fallen victim to this, is that we've accepted the Russian silver and it has corrupted us. And I think the answer is, are we gutsy enough? Are we brave enough to harm ourselves to avoid a greater harm in the future? Because I make no doubt that the flood of Russian money has corrupted our institutions. And, there was people who said, oh, if we have the children of Russian oligarchs come to our wonderful private schools, we will civilize them. No. The children of the oligarchs have come and said, well, daddy's illegally gotten money has gotten me to the best school in the world. So illegally gotten money, yowza, I'm up for that. And at the same time, the school they've gone to has said, oh my God, if they didn't come to my school, we'd go broke. So a lot of Chinese money, a lot of Russian money, legal money toxifies. And our societies have become corrupted to a greater or lesser extent. How do you take that out? With great difficulty. And it will hurt us. Now, the Russians are not as big a problem as the Chinese. we're now in a position of, can we afford to be moral with the Chinese? And that depends how much value you put on morality and how much value you put on money.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so then the last question. Russia established the Asia Pole, an antithesis or Russian version of Interpol. How does this organization play into Russian hybrid strategy?
Well, I'm not a specific expert on that particular aspect. What I would say is that nothing that Russia does is independent of Kremlin control or Kremlin influence. Nothing. So anything which appears to be independent isn't. And it's the same thing with China. Yeah, people have got to get real about this. A Russian oligarch who brings their money over, unless they get all of their money out, all of their family out, and live in whichever country completely, is always influenced by the Kremlin. There was always somebody who will yank their chain. Now, they may have a degree of influence, a degree of freedom, but in the end, they know which side their bread is buttered. So it doesn't mean that there isn't good value in some of the things that people do. It doesn't mean that Russia's Sputnik vaccine, doesn't work. Though it'd be nice if they gave a bit more information on it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that their aircraft don't fly. But you have to remember is if the Russians want to use it for that purpose, they will. So it's a question really of control. So things like the Asia Pole, I don't know enough about it. It might well have value, but at any point along the line, if the Kremlin says we need it to do this, it will do this. There's no such thing as real independence in Russia, and even less so in China. So what's they say about supping, if you want to sup with the devil, you need a long spoon. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but, we live in the world of the new great game.
Right. Okay, so there were the questions that I've got. I don't have any more questions. I think this will be the end of this session. I'm looking at Geoffrey, if he has something to say. That's okay. Okay, so I would like to thank you so much for your time and effort. And I learned new things, so that's good. And I think the rest of the people who watched probably learned new things too. Thank you so much. Have a nice weekend, I guess.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
answer whether actually.
Okay. You know, I was gonna talk to you afterwards separately, but I'm applying to be the NATO liaison director for Kiev.
Oh, great!
For the liaison office. So if you have some time this weekend, I'd like to chat. You know.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anytime.
This post was advertised on the Daleo, right?
What is that?
It was advertised on Daleo, the NATO vacancies portal. It was like A4 position or A5, right?
It's an A4.
A4.
For the liaison office. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll be starting now. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Petra Cicvaric, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the third panel of the Atlantic Forum's Spring Conference. In this panel, we will focus on the role that use of law as a weapon, i.e. lawfare, plays in hybrid wars. Moreover, it will provide an introduction into lawfare in hybrid wars and understand the threat landscape and challenges we face. Importantly, it will delve into NATO's capabilities and effectiveness of already introduced countermeasures. It will investigate the difference between Zeusian and Hadesian lawfare and how this approach to understanding lawfare can assist the alliance in creating both a successful and legitimate response to threats of hybrid warfare. Young professionals will also learn what makes lawfare, especially Russian lawfare, so dangerous, and how Lawfare Center of Excellence could actually assist the alliance in creating a truly holistic approach towards deterring future hybrid threats. Most of us going somewhere we know, that doesn't mean we should know what to expect. I'm sure you all recognize this line from Marvel's Endgame and wonder what does it have to do with hybrid warfare and warfare. Well, in the immediate aftermath of the Cold War, the global society has become lulled into the idea of the everlasting peace. However, despite the fact that there has not been an occurrence of the war on a large scale, as it was during the First and Second World War, it is observable that the international security environment has metamorphosed into a grey area where the borders between the war and peace seem to be blurred. Moreover, instead of the conventional conflict being fought between the equal parties, most commonly states, the modern conflict is classified as asymmetric, since the actors in the contemporary theatre of war are unequal in their capabilities, which ultimately leads the weaker party to use the unconventional tactics and strategies in order to enhance their possibilities of victory. Taking all these points into consideration, one might rightfully wonder, where does the hybrid warfare fit within the classification? As a term, it entered the professional and academic debate in the early 2000s with the work of Dr. Frank Hoffman. He defined it as a combination of modern technologies with extreme fighting styles which do not have any familiar structure, uniforms, or respect for the laws of the armed conflict. Building on this insight, NATO has recognized the existence of the hybrid threats, which combine both military and non-military, as well as covert and overt means, including disinformation, cyber attacks, economic pressures, deployment of regular armed groups like the irregular forces as well. The interesting part on hybrid threats is while constantly increasing their intensity, speed and scale in order to maintain the threat and engagement just below the response threshold. This is made possible through the exploitation of creativity and ambiguity of the traditional understanding of war. Consequently, this type of hybrid campaign is usually not recognized in its early stages, but only when it's well underway and has already started to show damaging effects. Despite the extensive work that we have continuously done on this topic, both academia, professionals, and students alike, hybrid warfare still puzzles us all. Despite of many controversies surrounding this concept of warfare, it is certain that we have already encountered its practices. However, that doesn't mean we should know what to expect, hence the line from Marvel in the beginning. It's argued that contemporary hybrid warfare has become increasingly sophisticated and deadly. As such, it's not only a challenge to international peace and security, but it's also undermining international legal frameworks. So if we consider that modern international relations theatre is everything but black and white, if it has ever been, instead it's operating within different shades of grey, and today possibly more than ever is there a need for a comprehensive and unified approach. So we have this complex environment, but where does lawfare fit within it? On a first glimpse, lawfare and law in general might seem like a very vague and abstract component of warfare, especially since it's not as clear what are the benefits of transforming the basic adherence to law into military strategy for warfighters. Dunlap, one of the fathers of lawfare concept, argued that the logic behind this can be found in Clausewitz's work, despite him not having much, well, if any, account for the role of the international law in war. However, he defined war as a continuation of politics by other means, which links it back to the initial conceptualization of lawfare in 1989. So, Clausewitz is describing this trinity of military, people, and governance who, when in balance, lead to successes in war. Today, especially in terms of liberal democracies, we need to preserve the perception of adherence to law in order to maintain that trinity in balance. Alternatively, if populations perceive war as unfair or inhumane, or not adhering to the law in any other way, their support will also slowly start to erode or disappear completely. As a result, these notions are not only known to the individual countries, but also to their adversaries, who are always ready to carefully target military plans as immoral and or illegal, and simultaneously attack their execution as being in compliance with the law of war. Therefore, all these vulnerabilities can be explained through Clausewitzian centers of gravity as well, which enables the military to indoctrinate its notions based on the pragmatic needs and a Machiavellian attitude that would be compatible with the contemporary military operations. As a result of these nuances of lawfare, it can be rightfully argued that lawfare has become an intrinsic part of hybrid warfare, and a strategy to which Western military thinkers and strategists should pay more attention, since just like the armed and naval warfare, lawfare is also following Sun Tzu's hypothesis that supreme excellence is to subdue the opponent without fighting. Following his perspective on war, it is observable that as much as hybrid warfare does not necessarily present the novelty, it is certainly making the change of trajectory. Lastly, hybrid warfare seems to have a politicizing effect on laws and legal arguments. Namely, just like conventional military, law is also existing in a political discourse, and it too serves political purpose. However, hybrid warfare seems to be blurring the difference between the law as its tool and politics. Since hybrid warfare has the ability to create and fake legitimacy through lawfare in order to conceal the illegal action, lawfare with discretion and power has become a crucial aspect of hybrid warfare. And to explore all of these complex topics and notions, I have the great pleasure to welcome the following speakers to this panel. Mr. Andres Munoz Mosquera is one of the 3 NATO senior legal advisors. Mr. Munoz Mosquera joined NATO in 2000 as a civilian, and he is the NATO commander's legal advisor. He served in the Spanish Armed Forces in 2 cavalry regiments as a PFK officer and a tank commander until 1991. In 1994, he deployed to Bosnia-Herzegovina with UNPROFOR, and he performed press information duties for General Rose, where he was involved in negotiation of anti-sniping agreements, exchange of prisoners and corpses in the area of Sarajevo. He was also involved in evidence of war crimes committed between 1991 and 1995, together with rule of law matters since 2000 in Balkan, Iraq, Afghanistan, and most recently for Jordan as well. He is an author of several publications relating to international law and international relations, and has been awarded by several decorations. Among them are the NATO Mauritius Medal and the French Republic Medal of the ex-Yugoslavia. Mr. Mark Voyager is a non-resident senior fellow with the Transatlantic Defense and Security Program at the Center for European Analysis. He most recently served as a visiting scholar with the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement. Prior to his academic career, he served as the Special Advisor for Russian and Eurasian Affairs to the Commanding General of US Army Europe in Wiesbaden, Germany, and as a cultural advisor and a senior Russia expert at NATO's Allied Land Command in Izmir, Turkey. He was deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan as an advisor and social scientist working for the US Army, and he works on areas of academic and professional expertise from Eastern European, Balkan, and Middle Eastern politics and security issues, Russian foreign and security policy, military strategy, doctrine, hybrid warfare, as well as the transnational Islamist ideologies and movements. Remarkably, Mr. Voyager is fluent in numerous languages. To name a few would be Russian, Ukrainian, Bulgarian, Serbo-Croatian, proud to say that, and many more. Last but not least is Rodrigo Vasquez Benitez, who joined the NATO's Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers SHAPE in the year 2015. He is an assistant legal advisor at SHAPE and has worked on numerous files ranging from litigation, contractual and employment law to international agreements, operations, exercises, and command and control structures. He is currently a member of the Legal Operations Lawfare team at the ACO SHAPE Office of Legal Affairs, leading several work strands in the topic of hybrid threats and its legal aspects. He works in coordination with other SHAPE divisions and is part of the Strategic Enabling Agreements team, a combined legal logistics project that he works on the coordination and alignment of all necessary actions and activities related to the host nation support arrangements. At the end of this relatively lengthy introduction to the topic, but rightfully so considering the complexities that we're dealing with today, Mr. Muniz Mosquera, Mr. Vasquez Benitez, and Mr. Voyager, thank you all for taking your time to be here this Saturday morning, and welcome to the Atlantic Forum Spring Conference. Before I give the floor to the speakers, I would just like to make an announcement to all of our participants who are following us live. Please do send all your questions in the comment sections and use questions. And I would like to stress that all speakers reserve the right to refuse any questions that are not in accordance with the housekeeping rules. Having said all of this, I would like to open the floor for the short introductions to the topics and to give an overview of the topic. Mr. Mark Voyager has prepared a little presentation for us, so we're going to cue in with that one, following by Mr. Andres Muniz Mosquera and Mr. Rodrigo Benitez Vasquez. Please, Mark, the floor is yours.
All right, Petra, thank you for this kind introduction. And of course, thank you for the invitation. I'm thrilled to be taking part in this amazing event. And of course, thank you to my friends, the directors, Igor and Jacob. What a fantastic initiative the forum is. So today we will, as you mentioned, we will look at an aspect of hybrid warfare that has long been if not disregarded, at least not necessarily analyzed in depth as others have. And it is, of course, lawfare or legal warfare. So in the 5 or 10 minutes that I have allocated, we're going to go on a whirlwind tour of almost 350 years across Eurasia, from the Black Sea in Ukraine up north to the Arctic. So Russian lawfare and how Russia has used international and domestic law against its neighbors, against the West, of course, and against Ukraine, first and foremost in the past decade or so. So without further ado, if we try to visualize hybrid warfare, we can maybe think of it as this mythological animal, the ancient Greek Hydra, with multiple tentacles. Of course, this picture is not meant to scare children at night, but it's obviously trying to make sense of all the various strands, all the various tools that are used by the Kremlin in its hybrid warfare against not only the West, its adversaries, but also its population. And so if you notice here, of course, the political aspect is the central one. And of course, everyone in the West talks about information warfare and cyber warfare when we discuss hybrid warfare. Lawfare, I argue, is actually one of the 3 central, pivotal domains or strands of Russian hybrid warfare, as important as information and cyber, and they, in a sense, intertwine and support each other. So, how do we, why do I say this? Because, as we will see in the follow-up slide, and I promise I'm not going to go over all the details, but the point that I'm making in the mapping slide of Russian lawfare, and we can go back during the discussion session, is that just like information warfare cuts across all the domains, all the phases, all the stages of Russian hybrid warfare, including in the Gerasimov doctrine that you're all about, in a similar sense, lawfare really goes from all the areas of the law, from legal theory down to the law of armed conflict, but then it cuts across all the aspects of hybrid warfare, all the tools, domains, political, diplomatic, sociocultural, information, economic, etc., etc. And so what you see here is a proposed tool of actually mapping, and taking a look at, a good look at and analyzing what all of these aspects are, and kind of creating all these pigeonholes of where Russia's activities are. Of course, this is just an initial sample. People who study the law, of course, can expand it ad infinitum. You can have not only 81 pigeonholes, you can have hundreds or thousands. And this is exactly the goal here, is to generate interest so people can actually take a look at this and start expanding it on their own and analyzing its various aspects. The second point that I want to make here is lawfare is not only about the law. It's not only about lawyers. Of course, lawyers are the central kind of figures in this fight, but it's also about all the other domains, from political, from the non-military, down to the military ones, and how they intersect with the law. So again, lawfare is not something that only lawyers have to worry about. Now, why is what are kind of the common features of Russia's use of lawfare? I call this a tool of achieving hybrid hegemony and expansionism, but making it all legal. As you all know, customary international law is meant to serve certain purposes that tend to regulate the right to go to war, set the rules of engagement, etc. But unfortunately, international law is not carved in stone, and sometimes it can be quite fluid. And as my professors at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy used to teach us, international law is what states make of it. And so when powerful states or revisionist states such as Russia or China or some others, when they start to act and use lawfare, this starts to bend and twist the international legal space in a sense that sometimes in the future, unfortunately, many of those those acts of this behavior can become the norm. This is the ultimate goal of Russia, creating this almost like legal black hole or special legal space around the Russian Federation. Basically trying to change international law, the system, at least de facto. The way they do this, they exploit loopholes, and we can discuss this in more detail during the Q&A session. But also, very importantly, many of Russia's decision makers have legal background, beginning with Putin. If you haven't forgotten, he's a lawyer by training before joining the KGB, Medvedev, and many, many others. So this is near and dear to them. And as we say in America, if you are a hammer, all the problems to you look like nails. So using the law as a weapon is absolutely natural for Russia's decision makers and in the Kremlin. Now, this is why also they're so good, and they've been doing this for over 350 years, as you can see. And why is it relevant to us? Because all of the elements of Russian and Soviet imperial lawfare, partition of sovereign states, suppression of national movements, divisions of spheres of influence, using ethno-religious rifts, limiting the sovereignty of neighbors, this has been done before and many times for several centuries. So what's happening now is not something new that Putin came up with. This is actually a Russian legal and diplomatic tradition that goes back, as you can see, more than 3 centuries. Again, there are details here of the Westphalia Treaty and the way Russia treats the Western law and the international system. We can, of course, discuss it later. I want to draw your attention to this decree, and again, we can discuss it further. This was signed by Catherine the Great at the first annexation of Crimea in 1783. It uses all the tools of hybrid that we know now, beginning with lawfare, diplomatic. It uses intelligence, arguments, political, military, insurgency, you name it. And I often joke, if you update the orthography into a Russian modern one, President Putin could have signed this treaty in 2014 instead of 1783. So it's the same tools, just a little bit of obviously differences in the technical implementation. What do they do nowadays? Some of the most salient examples. One of them is passportization. They do it in Abkhazia, South Ossetia, obviously Crimea, the Donbass, the giving away of Russian passports, all the creation of passports that look kind of like proper passports in the Donbass. This is also supported by a very flexible citizenship law that grants citizenship to former people who have lived in the Soviet Union or Russian Empire. Again, this uses historical, cultural, and linguistic principles that really make kind of twist and bend the legal requirements. Borderization, the moving of the border all the time. It happens in Georgia with South Ossetia. Of course, Ukraine. The ultimate goal is, from the Kremlin's point of view, the borders of the post-Soviet world, especially the former Soviet republics, have to remain permeable to Russia and flexible. In other words, they're not immutable as they are in the Western world. And of course, some other techniques, you've all heard about this: kidnappings of Estonian officers, for example, or Ukrainian ones, show trials. This is all wrapped in a quasi-legality, so to make it legal. Another powerful tool is the anti-Nazi claims. By claiming that Ukraine, the Kiev government or the Baltic states are Nazis or a Nazi junta, as the Kremlin always says, kind of creates a quasi-legitimation in a propaganda sense also of Russia's actions. You've all seen this comparison between the Crimea under Ukraine supposedly being Nazi, and then free Crimea supposedly within the Russian Federation. And of course, one of the most powerful tools is expanding the responsibility to protect. As Russia opposed the interventions in Yugoslavia, for example, then they decided to actually kidnap, kind of hijack this right to protect. And then there are all sorts of reasoning, humanitarian convoys, etc., that give this air of legality of what Russia is doing against Ukraine in the Donbass. And maybe the last kind of factual slide is if it doesn't only concern Ukraine, actually this becomes global as Russia expands into the Arctic, obviously, but also the Black and the Azov Seas. I call these activities matching legal, that is lawfare, with lethal, that is building bases, improving, bringing more military assets, creating new bases in those areas. So many of you have heard, but Russia has launched a serious legal campaign in the Arctic to claiming over a third of the original exclusive economic zone, using a loophole, provision 71 in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. That's all good. Unfortunately, they're also building and rebuilding bases along this entire northern route, and now, effectively demanding that ships that use this newly opened route accept Russian pilots, provide all sorts of information. So they're becoming more and more intrusive, and again, creating this quasi-legal black hole, if you will, around their territory. And the same, of course, is happening in the Black Sea, the Azov Sea, all what happened with the Ukrainian vessels that were attacked by Russia. Again, there was a quasi-legal claim that there was a violation. So again, everything that they do, they wrap it in this quasi-legality to try to make it legal. What are some of the implications for the security system? Obviously, there are many areas that are vulnerable to Russian lawfare. We need to, take a serious look and see where the next action might be. Frozen conflicts. Of course, lawfare is not invincible. It has strengths. It goes under the radar. Sometimes it's less recognizable. People don't think of it as a hybrid tool. But at the same time, it cannot remain secret, because Russia has to announce to the world why it's doing what it's doing, and therefore we can actually see which way it's going. And so, there are ways in which we can oppose all of these elements: responsibility to protect, loopholes, etc. We can discuss this further. And then how to counter it. An idea that I have been proposing for the last several years is, why not create a NATO-sponsored lawfare center of excellence, just like there are centers of excellence on energy, Stratcom, information warfare, intelligence, etc., to promote the study of lawfare, to expose all these activities, to coordinate the input from various organizations, think tanks, governments. There are some initial steps in Ukraine, and I'm proud to mention that based on a similar presentation 2 years ago, the Ukrainian General Staff contacted me, and now they have since May of last year, Ukraine's president has signed a decree to open, to allocate funds and open this center for kind of legal operations, if you want to call it counter lawfare. It's within the Center for Protection of Civilians in Conflict. So this is a great step. It can be like a forward deployed COE, but of course we need a center somewhere in a NATO country. We need to generate interests first. We need to gather political support. identify a host nation. Funding, of course, is critical, and then develop a network of experts. Finally, another good story. The European Humanities University in Vilnius, again with kind of my support intellectually and otherwise, is now ready to open a program, specifically a master's program in law in Lawfare studies. So from the fall onward, and then here in Kiev, the Mohyla Academy is also doing something similar. So these are the good news. There's a long road ahead of us, but we have to keep trying. Now the last line, I hope we can hear, you all can hear the sound, because there is a short video. Let me try. Why is Lawfare so dangerous? We'll hear from the ultimate authority in the universe. And there you go. Okay, so making it legal, as you heard from the Emperor of the Galactic Empire, is really the ultimate weapon in the universe, the dark side of the law. And so with this, I conclude my presentation with this kind of, funny Star Wars video, which actually makes a lot of sense these days. And then I would be happy to take any questions after my colleagues are done with their own introductions. Thank you, Petra.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mark. We're going from Star Wars from Marvel. Now we can go into it's so weird to see how they all play into reality, no matter how it seems to be the science fiction, so to say.
Exactly.
Well, on that positive note, I would like to just congratulate you on the successes in Ukraine when it comes to the Lawfare Centers of Excellence, or the variations on the theme. It is good to know that we are making a progress on that down the pipeline, in a way. On those positive notes, I would like to pass the bat on this in a way to Andres to give his introductory speeches.
Thank you very much, Petra, and again, thank you very much to you and the organization for having invited us. We're very, very proud, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to share with all of you all the work done since 2015. First of all, I want to, of course, incorporate a disclaimer. So I'm speaking on my behalf, not on everything what I may say. It does not reflect the opinion of my organization, although I will share some of the works that we're currently doing here at the Supreme headquarters. So it's kind of, and this is not a complaint, but it's kind of difficult to try to encapsulate in 5, 6, 7 minutes all the work done since 2015. First, let's say the observations that put us on the track of becoming, and I say this very humbly, subject matter experts on Lawfare. But let me incorporate to this discussion and a chronological aspect, and then we'll go a little bit to the more conceptual. So why the NATO commander is staff is involved in Lawfare issues? It was not voluntarily. It's simply that we suffer an attack in the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, and actually directly against the Supreme Commander himself, which again we call this the simple Lawfare, but is still very effective in order to put him out of the SSG communications world, in order to unveil the basic element and the difficult one in hybrid environments, which is attribution. So at that moment, it was a wake-up call. We started doing research. First, we knocked down the legal attack, and immediately after, what we did is we started doing research, and it took us all the way to the Arctic, where we identified patterns in Crimea that were exactly or very similar to the ones that Russia was applying in the Arctic, which today, this is 2016 and 2017, so that today you can see them materialized, as just Mark mentioned, on the economic exclusive zone claimed by Russia recently, and patterns that they've been copying and and replicating from the different thrusts that China has in the North and South China Seas. So this took us all the way to a certain point to one of our partners, NATO partners, to discuss Lawfare. I was discussing with Petra offline that this is when we realized that we were not crazy, that was a reality, a very stubborn reality that was knocking on our doors, and we had to answer and open the door to. So from that moment on, this is 2018, we decided to operationalize, stop researching, stop identifying, and go into something that would provide the proper tools to our leadership and decision makers. So at that moment, we decided to create a tool that identify in the most objective way if we were or not before the presence of a legal attack. And immediately after, when General Krish, who's here on my right, joined the team and led the legal operations team. This is the way we call Lawfare here at SHAPE, at the Supreme Headquarters. We decided to create a community of interest with academia and practitioners, and also to elaborate what we call the legal vigilance bulletin. Why we are in this world is simply because, as you know, NATO is a defense organization, and then we focus very much on deterrence and defense, and that's provide information to the allies in order to incorporate whatever they may decide individually or collectively in their different aspects that provide them the actual tools in order to counter a potential attack of whoever, whatever adversary may decide to attack NATO in different ways, in a kinetic or a non-kinetic way. So this put us into the current situation where we are now, 2019, 2020, where we provided training to lawyers and non-lawyers. Mark just pictured it very well. It said this is not only a lawyers or legal people thing. This affects everybody else. And I would say most importantly, the leadership. I always picture, or I present this in a way where our leadership had a beautiful equation developed over the years, where there is one factor and probably others missing, and that is law. I mean, suffice to say that we today we speak about dime feel and not dime anymore as the instruments of power, and we incorporate the L as legal. As you know, originally that was law enforcement. Here we in the informal channels in NATO, we use it as law in general, being that either international law or domestic law. I think Mark also observe and remark the question of domestic law. I would say that Lawfare from Russia and China mainly is shaped or is run by shaping international law through domestic law, and they are being very successful on this. It requires less effort, and in the end of the day, as we are seeing, is pretty effective, and eventually also complying, we may say this word, or fulfilling and making them achieve their interests and satisfy the unfortunately for the Western side, their long-term, well-planned objectives that for us sometimes is a little bit difficult. It's a matter of culture. That doesn't mean that we are in disadvantage. It's simply that we need to create certain tools that help us to fill the gap between our short-term view sometimes with the long-term view of China and Russia. Simply their political systems permit them so, but again, I don't consider this a disadvantage, but an opportunity. So the situation that we are having or facing today in terms of Lawfare, that let me get back a little bit to the concept. So unfortunately, over the years, we have seen that Lawfare had a negative connotation, and here in this side of the house, have been certain reluctance to use the word Lawfare. And although in my academic hat and together with others, we have trying to I would say mitigate this. I think, in my opinion, not very accurate definition or actually appraisal of lawfare, and then using malign lawfare by more benign lawfare, or Dashan versus solution. The point is not that how we call the animal, and I think Mark also mentioned that in some places, or you mentioned that, Petra, I'm sorry, that the Russians do not even give it a name. So, okay, fair enough. We probably it's not that important to name it, and I think it's much more important to identify that the animal has claws, has teeth, and has ears, and is ready to jump on us and attack us and undermine the basic of our societies. So I told you a little bit how we came up here. I told you a little bit how we are confronting this situation by creating our legal vigilance bulletin in our community of interest, creating a network of individuals and fellows in the different universities and high center studies all over Europe and America, even South America. Very impressive, the job done by my team. And as a last point, I would like to take into account that this has come to stay, that today kinetic or non-kinetic is what we are going to deal with even more than before. Again, it's not anything new. As you know, I love to see it in the way, for instance, you see the synagogue that is in Prague that is called Altenoi, which is old and new. We're dealing with old and new features, but definitely this mixture of kinetic and non-kinetic has come to stay. It's cheaper to use non-kinetic. It's very cheap to use plenipotentiaries, to use strategic communications, to use information and psychological operations in order to influence law and influence those who vote, those who believe in the rule of law, those who create law, those who judge and have to interpret law. It's cheap, it's easy. Today, internet and the social media permit all this access to the last of the individuals in our Western and free societies. And this is being used by our adversaries. And I always say that if there is something that really hurts to our societies, is the rule of law, the law. If the law, which is the glue of us, of our societies, of the freedom of the liberal democracies in the world, if you attack that and you identify that as center of gravity, you really will hurt that society and that civilization in the end of the day. But one thing that the adversaries are missing is that the system might have Achilles, and I say in plural, heels, but definitely the glue is very, very strong. And in the long term, because of the rule of law grants the freedom of the individuals, has all the ingredients to prevail. But it is also not given for granted, which means that all who are working at this side of the world, if we can picture it that way, I would say we have to be ready to create, develop, and implement instruments that create resilience of our rule of law societies, implement this and project this to the rule-based international order, and understand that things can be done better, simply that human products are never perfect, but claims like the unrestricted warfare and the famous book written at the end of the 90s by the 3 Chinese colonels, putting all the grievance and all the guilt, all the blame on the Western side for not having accomplished the promises of after World War II. So that doesn't mean that that the achievements reached today by law and by all the countries is wrong. It might be imperfect, but it definitely is not wrong. So to wrap up, let me tell you that Lawfare is a reality, no matter how we call it. Lawfare needs to be observed. The adversaries are ready to use it. Actually, they are using it. And what we have seen lately, and since last summer, we've been focusing very much on China. We see that probably is the best together, I mean, in comparison with Russia, the best using Lawfare, at least a more subtle manner. And as I discussed with Petra before, it deserves research, it deserves being studied, and it deserves dissertations and theses and centers of excellence. So those who show interest for this field, they should not think that they are crazy. What they have to do is just persevere and keep going and studying and joining the community of interest. And let's fight for our societies and our people and the next generation of free women and men. So with this, I finish my part, and I think will be Rodrigo. Petra, up to you.
Thank you so much for all of these remarkable words. Yes, and yes, I hope that one of our viewers like XYZ will be motivated by it and join this very important thing. As you've said, it's getting more sharp on the edges than ever before, and it's getting materialized as we speak as well. So by all means, we'll get there eventually. Might be slow, but we are making a process. On those notes, Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
It's really an honor for me to be here. Just a brief reminder, as Mr. Munoz said, that I'm here in my personal capacity, so my views do not necessarily reflect those of the organization of NATO. I'm going to try to keep it short because Mr. Boyer and Mr. Munoz have already gone over most of the topics that I wanted to just briefly touch upon. But I mean, perhaps my grain of salt, it would be to say that this is really not a new concept. Perhaps because of the success, and this is something that I mentioned in the article, Petra, that you were referring to, perhaps because of the success of traditional deterrence, since we are not able, and big powers are really not able to confront each other using traditional force because of obvious reasons, the Sun Tzu's teachings are gaining renewed relevance. I think that we need to consider law as part and parcel of these new strategies of hybrid threats and strategic competition. Precisely because our view in the West is very binomial, in the sense that we see as peacetime and good faith that govern international relations as the normal state of relations between nations. And then that is clearly neatly separated in our view, in our philosophical and legal view, from war, which is regulated by its own set of rules. We are very vulnerable to this type of strategies that work on the immediate borders of this spectrum, on the gray areas next to this spectrum. So this is why also law gains a renewed importance, not only for the legal actions themselves, but how these actors are manipulating or utilizing these legal gaps or these legal ambiguities to play into, that we play into, because we see the world and the law in such a binomial way. Also, even when we see that these nations are not only state actors but also non-state actors do cross the threshold, they try to use the law to legitimize their actions. They try to support their narratives, their information narratives and legitimizing narratives, using the law, using legal arguments, and using perhaps concepts that have been stretched to the breaking point just to legitimize their actions. No? So just briefly, the concept that we work with in SHAPE and that we came up with is not that of lawfare, as Mr. Munoz was mentioning, precisely because it has attracted all sorts of extra meanings that perhaps are not or are very controversial, and we refer to legal operations. And for us, it is not important so much the name of legal operations, but what it encompasses. And what it encompasses is the use of law as an instrument of power. And in this sense, we understand this to be any kind of action in the legal domain that is attempting to advance or undermine interests or advance capabilities or undermines the capabilities of an opponent, or to gain or undermine legitimacy. This can happen all across the spectrum, from peacetime through crisis into conflict, and it can not only be accompanied, but it is usually accompanied by other instruments of power in the dying field spectrum. And this is the message. The most important message is to understand that this is not a legal stovepipe. This is not something that the legal advisors need to be concerned about. This is something that the decision makers need to be concerned about, that the operators need to be concerned about, the logisticians, everyone involved in defense and deterrence need to be concerned about. And this is why our main lines of efforts focus on that, on trying to enhance the defense and deterrence posture of the organization. So on one side, we have the legal response and effects line of effort, which takes into trying to react, to respond to those identified legal operations, and most importantly, to address vulnerabilities that we identify. And that's why so important legal vigilance, what Mr. Munoz mentioned before, which is our second line of effort. We need to actively monitor the legal environment. We need to detect actions before they start producing effects, because when they start producing effects, it's already too late. In one of the examples that Mr. Boyer usually uses in his presentation, it's how the Duma started to debate a law on annexation of new territories into the Russian Federation before Russian troops crossed the Ukrainian border. What if we had been looking into that? So really, legal vigilance and vigilance posture is essential to defend NATO's mission and, in general, the defense and deterrence of the Euro-Atlantic area. And also to identify the vulnerabilities that we may have. By studying the behavior of these actors, we can quickly realize where we are weak or we are vulnerable and which areas we need to reinforce to protect our systems in line with the rule of law, because that's the other important point. We need to be very careful when looking into legal operations, when looking into the use of law as an instrument of power, that we don't play in the hands of our opponents, because we might undermine the very basis of our institutions by trying to defend against certain actions. That's why it's so important that we anticipate this, that we have a strategic anticipation posture to try to protect our institutions before the damage is done. And that's just a final touch. Our third line of effort is the legal operations training and education. Legal operations is increasingly forming part of exercises. We need to make it part of our education, not only in the military, but also with the civilian bodies. This is very important, that all operators, not only lawyers, not only military, are aware of this threat and are aware of this circumstance. And that would be Petra. I don't want to take more time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the remarks and for clarifying all clearly to our viewers as well what actually are we discussing about, because it feels that even though we've seen lawfare as being part of the stage essentially and theatre, if you like to call it, for centuries, from 1783 according to the manifesto, but we still somehow and for whichever reason haven't incorporated it in the definition of a hybrid warfare presented by the alliance itself and the rest of them. So is there any particular reason why would that be the case? Because obviously we talked about both China and Russia, and looking into it all, it feels as, Mark, I think you on the publication said, that lawfare is genuinely a forgotten element of Russia's hybrid war against the West. If you could elaborate on them, I'm leaving the floor open for all three of you. Maybe Mark, you could go first because that was one of your arguments in publications, and then we can move it forward. It was mute. Sorry, Mark, you're on a mute.
The way I understood your question is why Lawfare has been forgotten for so long, in a way, correct? Especially within the EC.
Yes, yeah. And why essentially it's not part of the NATO's hybrid warfare definition and the approach on a much more, so to say, serious note, in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, first of all, the terminology is quite new, and as Andres actually mentioned, you know, something that I usually point out in my presentation, the Russians don't even have a term for it. I had to come up with a translation, Pravo Vojna, or Pravo Vina in Ukrainian, you know, to actually try to promote it as a term. So they don't have a name for this, but they've been doing this for centuries. So, you know, our thinking was that the law is really something that's, you know, not really, I mean, it's used in warfare, but not in such a nefarious way. And so when, you know, you would agree, when we all talk about hybrid warfare, everybody talks about information warfare, cyber, maybe intel, of course, clandestine operations, but the law is always something that people think it's all about boring discussions among lawyers, some, you know, moot points, you know, so it's not perceived as something that's that can be used in an active sense. So this is my thinking, and of course this has to change, and I'm sure my colleagues will add to, you know, to that. Why is it that we haven't? And they're actually doing a great job, as we all saw from their presentation over the years.
From my side, Petra, I mean, there are many perspectives. I mean, one of them that might be that Lawfare has been hidden behind strategic communications and has been just one part used. Some of the situations that we put in our tool, in our that we have developed here in order to identify if we are not under a Lawfare attack, is basically many statements made by plenipotentiaries, or those who have the power to or the backup of the specific government or authorities, no matter if they are states or non-state actors, and sometimes people it's so mixed that end up being like information operations or sometimes psychological operations. But you know, I think it will be a mistake from our side to keep thinking that way, because if you see how China categorizes or has three categories in the influence operations, they clearly have information, psychological, and legal warfare. That's the way they call it. And again, it's what I said. It's a reality. It's something that might be hidden behind something, but I think it's here in the Western. The moment I think it's happening already. I mean, I don't think we did an analysis on the allies and the different partners, and now we have plenty of statements coming from the ministers themselves, and referring specifically to Lawfare and the misuse and abuse of law in order to reach and to enter the strategic competition and to reach political and military objectives. So this is happening. It's being now little by little getting traction especially in the ministries of defense, not only, but also ministries of foreign affairs. But as Rodrigo and Mark highlighted, and myself before, this is something affecting everybody else. This is not a matter of defense. This is not a matter of foreign affairs. This is affecting everybody else. And law, as you know, as I said, is the glue of our societies, of all the activities and disciplines of our societies. So I would say that it somehow is hidden behind strategic communications or information operations. But I think the Chinese have been very smart in actually separating the three of them: psychological, information, and legal. Over to you. I'm sorry, and we have.
If I may, Petra, I believe the beauty and danger of legal warfare is that I call it a long-distance run. And although the objective, and it doesn't matter if it's military or geopolitical objective, although the fact they are actually achieved by legal warfare, they are covered by strategic communication, as the director or Mr. Munoz already said. But it's very dangerous, since you are not able to, or if we are not able to identify this malign legal operation at the beginning, then normally and most probably it's already too late when we are seeing the results and consequences of legal operation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for these remarks. They're very timely. As I said as well in the introduction, Clausewitz already gave us a trinity that law is combining and connecting all three corners, essentially, of the triangle. And the lawfare essentially has that ability to break the bond. And once the bond is broken, we are losing any possibility of in a way, of having a successful military operation or deterrence or defense, whichever, again, word we're going to put on the table, we don't have it, essentially. And if we don't have that glue strengthened across all the sides, we could be in bigger problems than we are right now, but in the future. I don't want to take too much of the time. Rodrigo, would you like to add anything on this one?
I mean, just to add a bit more to what the other speakers have said, I think there is also in a bit a historical reason. I think that the Soviet Union, even though they did use lawfare themselves, but they were architects of the post-World War II world. So they were not challengers. They were building the world order together with the West. So I think that in the Cold War dynamics, we observed these other instruments of power that are now in motion again. But what has really changed is the behavior of the Russian Federation and of new emerging states that are really actively using the law. So I think that we were sort of trapped in this Cold War terminology and glasses. Looking at the reality. So it's probably one of the reasons why law was a bit left out. But if you discuss with hybrid experts more and more in NATO and in the EU and everything, you hear that this sensibility is growing. So this is something that fortunately the tide is changing, and you see how law is being understood as a domain or as an environment that we need to look into very carefully in this context.
Wonderful, thank you for that one. So if we kind of keep it on the stories of strengthening our resilience to the lawfare interceptions, let's put it that way. So we talked about the lawfare centers of excellence, and we talked about the countermeasures we're putting in place. Mark, in terms of the lawfare center of excellence, how do you envision their operations, how they will be strengthening the alliance and the allies themselves, and looking into countermeasures we've done so far as well. What edge should we take on them to maybe enhance them, to further kind of strengthen the possibility of achieving our both long-term and short-term goals when it comes to NATO 2030 and onwards? Sorry, Mark, you're again muted.
I keep forgetting that okay, I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
Okay, that's what I was saying. It's an excellent question, and if and when the center, when the center becomes a reality, I envision it as the really the coordinating center that collects, gathers, collects, analyzes, disseminates, promotes information and analysis from not only all the member states of NATO, but also the countries that are under some sort of a lawfare attack, beginning with Ukraine, Georgia, of course, Moldova, and the countries around the Black Sea. The reason is that, as Andres mentioned, that we noticed back several years ago that what Russians are doing in the Arctic is similar to what they do in the Black Sea and against Ukraine. So if we're able to track those similarities, events that may happen a long way from home, if you will, from NATO, can actually be relevant to what Russia may do tomorrow to a NATO nation. So again, this coordinating element, of course, raising the awareness, promoting the idea of lawfare, the concept, making it near and dear to people, because people are normally intimidated by lawyers, let's put it that way. Everybody thinks they understand the information warfare because they can read the news. But what's also more important, Russia's information warfare, or the Kremlin makes information warfare easier to counter in a way, because they actually also translate it in the various languages. So we can track it. We can see it in Arabic and Spanish, all sorts of languages. Lawfare, unfortunately, is based on Russian legal texts, domestic law translated into international law, as Andres said, and they're not accessible to everyone. And so we need the Ukrainians, we need the Baltic states to actually provide this initial input into this future center of excellence. So, and then of course, as I mentioned, contacts with the various universities, think tanks. So really a coordinating and analytical center that then disseminates and promotes. So this is, hopefully it will become a reality sooner than later.
Yeah, let's hope with our fingers crossed it's going to happen. So we will actually know what we're walking into rather than just tapping in the dark in a way. But building on that one, Rodrigo, I know that in your legal gazzetta you write about the effectiveness of countermeasures that have been put in place to this type of lawfare. In your view, how is law used to further the strategic ends of the alliance, essentially?
Well, I don't know. I don't think that the alliance as an entity or as a group of nations really uses or has been using lawfare or legal operations consciously. But for sure, we are architects of the rules-based international order. So I think that in a way, when we are out there trying to set standards for, like we can see recently in conversations between the European Union and the USA, setting standards for artificial intelligence or for cyber security or for space, etc. That is the type of actions that we need to be doing, and that fortunately I think we are doing. So disregarding of whether we perceive this as a strategic activity, let's say, or to advance interest, I think that because our institutions are based on values and on these principles, are automatically doing that. And I see that there is a growing awareness in any case, especially on the side of the European Union, which has come a bit slower to realize about this situation. But there was a very interesting declaration from the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in the last Munich Security Conference, where she said, which we captured in our legal vigilance bulletin, where she said, the drafters of the legal rules are the ones who determine the future of our societies. And she said, you referring to the US president, she said, you said what the president said, we don't want China to be doing this for us. So I think that is precisely the mindset that we need to be having. We need to be very much aware of how the rules are being changed and are being built, and we need to have our voice and have our say in how this is developing.
Thank you so much on this one. We have also talked, kind of keeping on topic as well. Andres, in your article with Professor Bachmann, you write about that hybrid warfare has the potential to alter the future conceptualizations of conflict. Could you elaborate for our panel, for our viewers, why this type of warfare has this potential to change the strategic calculations of potential belligerents?
Thank you very much, Petra. I think this is one element that shows the risks that we are confronting, and the more let me put it this way, that the rogue states, the states that have less concerns on manipulating and abusing law, understand that this is effective for reaching their interest, the more they will use it. And we are seeing this recently with China, and in Davos, Xi Jinping just announced that they have a socialist rule of law approach that they want to export to the world. So we see that for them this works, and that is why they will approach their international relations, and they will approach the current international fora with this idea of I have a good, I don't want a solution, but I have another way of doing things, which start by telling you how we have to protocolize our relationships internally and externally. And in order to protocolize this, rules and laws have to be shaped in this manner and not in the manner that have been shaped so far, because we have been, this is their vision, you guys have been pointing to the Western side, especially to the United States, you have been unsuccessful. And we can see these in all the wars that we have been experiencing. Actually, they used the 90s and the beginning of the years 2000. And all your elements on human rights were completely useless. All your safeguards that you created, international humanitarian law, have been useless. We see people, we see wars, we see hunger, we see people having their basic needs unattended. And they will play the game manipulating and abusing law for portraying that the previous legal system, let me quote unquote, has not fulfilled the expectations, has not lived up to the expectations created in the aftermath of World War II. So the proposal is eventually, through the abusing and shaping of law, to recreate the institutions. If you see, for instance, China, how much is now investing in different international organizations, different projects, different departments in the Western academia, is very enormously impressive. And you can read today, now 3-4 years old, seminal books that people are using in their dissertations and theses, perfectly written in Queen's English, perfectly backed up even by Western literature, that are creating and shaping and influencing the new generation of academia and eventually politicians, since this academia, in a way or another, will become advisors in a way or another. That will turn completely, or will flip over the current approach that we have to law and international relations. Again, law being the element, as Rodrigo said before, the element that in the end of the day is going to shape how are going to be our societies in the future. So our adversaries are going to be enormously enticed by this, by Lawfare. Again, effective, cheap, very influential, and definitely coping with their objectives of entering the strategic competition with a view on being successful in giving a flavor and eventually a total control, a flavor of their views to the different international institutions out there, and even the other societies that are not theirs. I think I don't want to miss that we are continuously here discussing or putting on the floor that it is externally that this Lawfare is being projected, is aimed to. But I think Mark mentioned very wisely that the own population of those states are very much affected. So which means that if we have any hope that on our counter lawfare activities, we will one day being successful in killing this non-kinetic approach in order to change our societies, our liberal democracies, I think will have a failure if we don't focus on the societies of those states, because they are as much as a victim as we are of these lawfare policies and strategies. Over to you, Petra.
Wonderful. Thank you for these remarks. I got one really interesting question from our patron, Philip Walczak, who's asking, do you see any chance for countering lawfare by new tools and notions within international law, for example, by treaty limitations on the right to protect? I'm leaving it open for anyone who's interested to take on this one.
I think I'm sure my colleagues, my lawyers will comment on that in more detail. I am actually not a lawyer per se. I'm a master's in international law and diplomacy from the Fletcher School. So I'll give a more kind of answer that ties also with the political dimension. I think, as I mentioned, international law is fluid, but there are peremptory norms. There are really the pillars of that law that still hold. And so, as fluid as Russia might try to make it, we need to prop those pillars, those peremptory, those mandatory norms, in a way that doesn't allow Russia and China to actually shake the foundations and crumble the whole system and rebuild from based on their own image of what international law should look like. Definitely, the responsibility to protect must be regulated somehow. You can't have like any nation that wants to grab a territory from its neighbor claim that they protect the population there. It doesn't work that way. I mean, but the Russian tradition has been peacekeepers that show up and then they keep the pieces of what they can grab, the pieces of territory. So definitely, yes, this has to be regulated. And I'm sure my colleagues will have more insight into how technically this can be done in a legal sense.
If I may, I'm sure Rodrigo will jump in, but I mean, I'm also a Fletcher guy, and I think I might repeat the same thing as Mark, but I wanted to add something that goes with the two basic elements in public international law, even if it is very fluid. It is about the reputational piece and the legitimacy piece. I think those states that are using and abusing law, they're also in search of reputation and legitimacy. So this is the big fight in the legal domain. This is the battle happening, let's say, bloodless war happening in the legal domain, is that who runs faster than the other in order to shape international law, in order to create, let's call it peremptory norms without being it, but these flags that everybody wants to join in order to have a good reputation and to bring legitimacy to their actions. Remember what happened in the eastern side of Ukraine when the Russians painted white thousands of trucks, and they get into the territory of Ukraine, claiming that they were providing humanitarian help, protection of civilians, quote unquote, to their fellows who already had, and as Mark more or less depicted in his introduction, Russian passports, Russian citizen, and Russian pensions, simply because there was a modification in the internal laws of Russia without touching international law. You see the combination of internal law, international law, and they come and they use it and manipulate it. I think the more, Mark just mentioned it, but the more clear are the basics of whatever it is now soft and based on actually hard law in the protection of civilians side, I think the better will be in order to avoid that those who have less they're less conscious with the value of law and the rule of rule of law parameters and basics will not abuse because otherwise they will abuse it in order to search reputation, good reputation, and in order to legitimize their not legal, I would say not legitimized, and I would say internationally speaking, not legal activities, or abusing, for instance, or manipulating or just twisting international humanitarian law, like Russians did in the eastern side of Ukraine. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much for all these remarks. We are 4 minutes over the time. So really, if you have anything to add, by all means, feel free. I won't cut you off.
Just a small remark. I found it a very interesting question because it triggers an important thing, and it has to do with the narratives. The responsibility to protect, it is broadly understood in the academia and in the legal world that is not. It is very limited, and it was very limited consciously by the state. So it has to be always under the authority of the United Nations Security Council. So what we shouldn't do is play into the hands precisely of Russian narratives and legal narratives that pretend to question those legal rules that are completely and clearly established. This is something that Russia does a lot and that China does a lot. And I think that in there, the big states and the states that are part of bigger clubs need to learn from smaller states or the states that are a bit alone. And then you see that in the case of Philippines or in the case of Ukraine, they didn't have the means to reach a diplomatic solution to this type of aggressions. So what they did was to recur to international courts or international systems that are going to repeat or restate legal rules that are clear and that are black and white. So I think that's also a good strategy of countering this type of narratives. While normally, especially in the West, we tend to try to find diplomatic political solutions that actually play into this narrative of questioning the legal foundations of the rules.
Wonderful. Thank you, all three of you, for this. Technically, all five of you for this very, very amazing panel. I wish we could go longer, and I hope that we'll have a chance to discuss all of this further because there's so many grounds to cover, and 1 hour and 45 minutes just doesn't seem to do it for us. But in doing this panel, we have covered so many viable topics that are really crucial for not just 2030, but onwards. We've discussed Hadesian lawfare as law being used as a weapon that is aiming to distort the rule of law, leading principles and underpinnings. We've discussed how we can use Zeusian lawfare to counter and to see how we can get out of the situations that we are currently in. And obviously, as Mark, you said about the laws of the Center of Excellence, by all means, we need them. And I hope that in the future that the NATO will incorporate them like Ukraine has already started doing, essentially. But to wrap it all up, thank you all so much for joining me today. It's been a true pleasure and honor. As I said in our previous discussions, I've been an admirer of your work for years now. So it's a true pleasure to have you on my panel today and looking forward to staying in touch with you. For the rest of the team, please go on your coffee breaks, enjoy, and then we're going to join for the counterterrorism panel in the Great Power Rivalry. Thank you all so much and see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this panel on counterterrorism in an age of great power rivalry. My name is Paula Köhler. I studied my master's in terrorism and counterterrorism at King's College London, and I currently work for the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Germany. But today, I'm very happy to be here in the capacity for Atlantic Forum to moderate this panel. And I think it is a very timely panel, and it's very important that we look a bit at counterterrorism and how NATO currently does it, because a few years back, everybody's focus was on counterterrorism, and whether it was the media, the military, or governments, everybody had their minds on it. And there were basically daily headlines about what was going on with ISIS. However, since then, the threats that the alliance and therefore also its member states are facing seem to come more from states and countries such as Russia and China, and therefore NATO has adjusted its strategy, and rightly so. Yet, the threat of terrorism has not vanished with the headlines, unfortunately, and it is as big as it ever was. So NATO is now in the difficult position where it has to tackle new great power rivalries while simultaneously not forgetting the threat that is coming from terrorism, and doing all of that with limited resources. However, as the strategic narrative shifts, it also opens up opportunities to ask tough questions on NATO's counterterrorism approach and to rethink its goals. And that is exactly what we're trying to do here today. And I think there are many issues that we should discuss. For example, what have we learned in the last 20 years of counterterrorism and counterinsurgency? Which challenges lie ahead in counterterrorism, and is NATO ready to face them? And how should counterterrorism look like going forward? I am very excited that today there are 4 excellent speakers and experts on that issue who are going to discuss this with me. With me today is Tanya Mera, who's a senior research fellow and program lead for rule of law responses to terrorism at the International Center for Counterterrorism, The Hague. Previously, she worked at the TMC Assa Institute, where she was engaged with conducting needs assessment missions, capacity building projects, and training activities. She worked as a senior consultant to the United Nations on developing global guidelines to facilitate the collection of information and evidence by the military within a rule of law framework. At ICCT, Ms. Mera is currently leading a project exploring the criminal justice responses to the linkage between terrorism, transnational organized crime, and international crime. And she is involved in research projects exploring the trafficking of small arms and light weapons as a source of financing for terrorist organizations. We are very lucky that she can be here today with us. Then with us today is also Dr. Jack Watling, who is a research fellow for land warfare at RUSI. His research focuses on force modernization, deterrence against Russia, and the future of war. Prior to joining RUSI, Jack worked in Iraq, Mali, Rwanda, Brunei, and further afield. Originally a journalist, he has contributed to Reuters, The Atlantic, Foreign Policy, The Guardian, Jane's Intelligence Review, Haaretz, and others. Mr. Watling was shortlisted for the European Press Prize Distinguished Writing Award in 2016 and won the Breakaway Award at the International Media Awards in 2017. Thank you so much for being here today with us. Also with us is Kenneth L. Layson, who's an intelligence and security expert who lectures at the University of Antwerp as an assistant professor. He is the author of a bestseller on Belgian intelligence and security, and he publishes in the Journal of Strategic Studies, International Journal of Intelligence and Counterintelligence, Terrorism and Political Violence, as well as other leading security journals. He was educated at the Universities of Ghent and Leuven in history, and at Brunel University London and the University of Cambridge in intelligence and security studies. Thank you for being here. And last but not least, we have Marisa Machnikova, who's the Atlantic Forum Community Manager currently, and who's working for her diploma in international organizations from the European Academy of Diplomacy. She has worked for the Embassy of the Czech Republic in London and for the European Economic and Social Committee of the EU. She holds a Master of Arts in Politics of Development with a distinction from Royal Holloway, University of London, and her areas of expertise include European counterterrorism, cyberterrorism, as well as terrorism in the modern age. I'm very excited that all of you could be here today, and without further ado, I think it's time that we get started. Tanya, the floor is yours.
I thank you, Paula, for the introduction. Nice to be here, even though it's a Saturday. I hope the participants will enjoy the session today. I don't think I need to do any further introduction. I want to focus on in my approximately 10 minutes, so let's see how much we can cover. I wanted to discuss briefly the trends we see in terrorism. So that is the rise of right-wing extremism, the changing nature of armed conflicts. The third aspect I wanted to focus on is the anti-government conspiracy thinkers, violence, and last but not least, the continuing threats posed by jihadism. And if time allows, I will say a few words on battlefield evidence. So in recent years, I mean, right-wing extremism is getting more and more attention already for quite some years. I think we all just have to recently look back to January, the storming of the Capitol that culminated after years of growing domestic right-wing extremism in the US. One of the biggest threats on security in the United Nations. You see also in several other countries said right-wing extremism. Some groups like Atom Weapon have affiliates in several countries, such as the UK, in Germany, and in Baltic states. Although the links between the different right-wing extremism groups is mainly through the internet and is not so much operational, I mean, they do seek each other out through the internet to further their agendas. And occasionally, we also see that there are certain right-wing groups that train together, for example, in Russia and Ukraine. So in particular, this transnational aspect of right-wing extremism and the ability to further each other's agenda, and it is a growing concern you see in several countries. You also see there's a link with the rise of right-wing populist governments, and drawing a distinction between when it is considered freedom of expression and when it is considered a violation. So the second aspect that I wanted to briefly mention is the changing nature of armed conflict. You've seen in the last couple of decades that in particular in the Middle East and in West Africa, that terrorist groups are involved more and more in armed conflicts. And when these terrorist groups are listed by the UN, the EU, or at national level as a terrorist group, this significantly impacts how to deal and address with terrorist groups. Just to give you an example, if a terrorist group has been designated, I should say a non-state armed group has been designated as a terrorist group, it doesn't allow them to join peace talks, and that would exclude them from potentially DDR programs, which also focus on reducing the arms. So this is something, it's posing significant problems. We've also seen this recently in Yemen, when under President Trump, the Houthis were designated as a terrorist group, and later on this was changed by the Biden administration. What we see is that some of these terrorist groups, like more recently, like US, ISIS is starting to use insurgent tactics, but we also see it the other way around, that traditional insurgent groups like Al-Shabaab are using more terrorist tactics. So distinguishing between terrorist groups which are involved in conflicts and from insurgent groups is becoming more and more difficult. So during a conflict, international humanitarian law is applicable, and it's applicable to both parties, to the state, but also to the non-state armed groups, which could include designated terrorist groups. So IHL prohibits acts of terrorism, yet not all acts of violence is prohibited under IHL. And this is where the distinction between IHL and the law which is applicable to terrorist groups can create tensions. So another development, what we see is, the rise of anti-government and conspiracy thinkers. We see in several countries strong anti-government sentiment. Online conspiracy thinkers have provoked violence against the government, and this includes like the 5G attacks in the UK. I think it's up to even 70 attacks which have occurred there related to 5G. Also in the Netherlands, we've seen this, and in the US. Other examples include windmill attacks, or even violence perpetrated against corona vaccination centers. So these are no longer political activists because they don't stay within the confines of the law, but they resort to violence. And it can be seen as political violence. What is complicated is whether this actually amounts to terrorism. And that is quite difficult to assess. But sometimes far-right groups, it could also be left groups, but we have seen so far only examples of far-right groups. They infiltrate and they sit between the intersection of conspiracy theory and political ideology, especially on online forums. And then it becomes very difficult to make a distinction whether we are talking just merely about political violence or whether this could amount to terrorism. But still, the biggest threat still is posed by jihad terrorism. So ISIS globally, as all of you know, has territorially been defeated 2 years ago. But ISIS as a brand, as a terrorist organization, is not defeated and still poses a threat. And ISIS is no longer strongly centrally organized. And you see the rise of regional affiliates with their own agenda, where they exploit local grievances and carry out attacks. Now, this is noticeable both in the Sahel, but also in the Horn and Africa. Just last week, there were a terrorist attack in Mozambique. And earlier last month, the US, in fact, designated the ISIS affiliates in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Mozambique as a terrorist organization. We also still see that ISIS continues to inspire and radicalize individuals. Recent examples include the Vienna attack last year in November. And although it was anticipated, we have the feeling that ISIS has not been able to capitalize on the pandemic and carry out large-scale attacks. But what we do see is that the risk of online radicalization has increased. If you look at ISIS more in Syria, there you see that the threat emanating from ISIS in Syria is still significant. So the large number of ISIS members detained in prisons and camps by the SDF pose a threat to the region, but also to other countries. And what we also see is that ISIS operates more as an insurgency there, and it still remains a force to reckon with. In the last couple of months, since 2021, we have seen a significant number of attacks conducted by ISIS in the SDF camps and outside, leading to multiple murders and deaths. So we continuously see that ISIS also locally poses a threat. And if you look at the numbers which are detained both in our whole camps, it's up to 64,000 persons are still detained in the camp, out of which 50% is Iraqi nationality and 30% is Syrian nationality, and 15% are foreigners. So this in January alone, over 100 attacks were carried out by ISIS. So from that perspective, we really see that ISIS in Syria still poses a threat, but also the foreigners which are detained are and remain a concern. As all of you know, most of the European countries are still very reluctant to repatriate their foreign terrorist fighters and their families. And the options are very limited to hold them accountable for the crimes they have committed locally. So, as you know, both in Syria and Iraq, it is hardly, feasible to think that they will be able to get a fair trial there. The Kurdish authorities are officially not a recognized state, but they have started local prosecutions, but they are only prosecuting local people. They are not prosecuting the foreign fighters. So it is important that risk assessments are conducted to distinguish those who are in the camps, which are merely victims, and those who really do potentially pose a risk to national security. So I think it was around last year in July when word came out that a lot of DNA tests were being conducted among the people who were detained in the camps, but it was not clear for which purposes this DNA sampling was taking place. So many countries are exploring the use of battlefield evidence to see whether this would allow them to successfully prosecute foreign terrorist fighters. In the last couple of years, we've seen that several, at international, but also at national and regional level, that different organizations have been developing guidelines on how battlefield evidence can be used. I should actually say battlefield information can be used as evidence in court. So to give you a few examples, so what kind of information can be found which could potentially be used as evidence in court? These include documents like membership cards or transfer of property, but we also see fingerprints from unexploded IEDs that can be used, information contained in phones, computers, and occasionally even witness statements. So the challenges which lie here are how this information can properly be collected, stored, exploited, and then made available to law enforcement and prosecutors in a way that it is admissible as evidence in court. So like Paula mentioned, I was engaged as senior consultant for the UN, and they have developed UN guidelines on the use of battlefield evidence. But we have also seen that other agencies like Eurojust, but also the Council of Europe are working on guidelines, but also the NATO has adopted guidelines on the use of battlefield evidence. Those guidelines are not publicly available, so I cannot comment on the content of it, but it's just another example to illustrate that at several levels, efforts are being made to secure information from the battlefield so it can be used as evidence in court to address the potential threats that foreign terrorist fighters pose to their home countries. So looking at the time, I've passed the 10 minutes a little bit, so I would like to leave it at this for now. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them later on. So I'll give the floor back to you, Paula. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for these very pertinent introduction into the threats that we still see from terrorism, and on the especially interesting issue that we see with battlefield evidence. And I'm sure we will get back to you on this. But for now, I'd like to welcome Jack Watling to the stage.
Thank you very much. Am I coming through loud and clear? Yes, great. Okay. So that was a really useful, I think, introduction to the kind of threat landscape from the previous presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about the policy challenges that are thrown up by the shifting focus that NATO now has. And I have to distinguish here between NATO as an institution, which does quite a lot of institutional activity in relation, has its own relationships as an institution, versus the policy and military behavior of NATO members. Sometimes that is run through NATO, sometimes it's not. But these two things can both occur in the same operating environment and therefore often interact. And I suppose the challenge that we face is that through the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, there was a methodology that was developed for countering terrorism, which was largely focused on the use of kinetic response to essentially oppose a mutually hurting stalemate on terrorist groups, and then a sustained effort at reconciliation agreements between terrorist groups and the governments with which they were in conflict, combined with large-scale stabilization efforts, use of aid and sort of external assistance to Did I suddenly just lose? Did I not stop coming through there? I went muted for some reason.
I did that. Sorry, I wanted to mute myself.
Okay. At what point did I cut out?
I think if you just repeat your last sentence, it should be fine.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Yeah. So what we've seen, I think, is that the use of terrorism or trying to counter terrorism has been in this kind of major state support to partner forces combined with institutional capacity building. That was essentially the methodology for stabilization and for conflict resolution. And that framework and methodology has largely fallen apart. The reason it has fallen apart, I would say, is twofold. The first is that the failure to achieve those ends in both Iraq and Afghanistan has led to states being quite reluctant to invest heavily in nation building. And therefore, the amount to which states are prepared to commit to supporting institutional capacity building has diminished. The second reason is that as we have had this shift back towards great power competition, a lot of our aid and development and capacity building effort has become an economy of effort, sort of economy of force and economy of resource effort. So we don't want to essentially commit so much resource to those activities that we are unable to deter great power rivals. But because we don't have a new methodology for conflict resolution, the language, the strategies, the framework for how we resolve conflicts hasn't actually been updated or changed. And so what we've seen is a divergence between our military practice and the strategy statements that come out of organizations like NATO and NATO members. On the one hand, the strategy statements are very focused on institutional capacity building, and we see relationships like training the officer corps through the staff college in Iraq. And at the same time, the actual military posture that we have is too small to realistically stabilize the operating environment, but allows us to conduct a sustained campaign of essentially targeted killing against terrorist groups in the operating environment. And not all member states of NATO pursue that, but lots of them feed into it, even if they're not leading it. And so that is essentially the effective output of our policy. We are whacking terrorists, whether through air power or the use of special forces, across a wide part of the world. But this sets up a really problematic dynamic, because historically, we have sought to reconcile terrorist groups with the governments that they are protesting against. And as the previous presentation, I think, highlighted very clearly, there is this dichotomy between terrorists with an international focus who are within or using local movements and insurgencies as protection and shelter, versus those local terrorist groups, often employing terrorist tactics, but where they essentially have local political demands. And the challenge we face is that while the states we are working with could potentially come up with functioning, working sort of processes to develop a peace process with some of these local groups, what that would lead to is concessions and to accommodation and to stabilization to some extent, but an environment from which those internationally focused terrorist organizations would be able to conduct attacks. And so, ironically, while our strategy is one that says we're aiming at stabilization, our military practice is one that aims to harass those international terrorist groups sufficiently that they are too distracted, too threatened to be able to plan and conduct attacks against us. But in doing so, we are actually maintaining instability. And so that's why, for example, if you look at Mali and the Sahel, even though the number of forces committed from NATO members has increased over the last decade, stabilization has reversed across much of that area. There has been a systematic, disjointed kind of mismatch between the counterterrorism strategy and the development strategy. And if anything, my concern is that great power competition is going to make that worse rather than better, because for two reasons. Firstly, the resources we have available to commit to these problems is less. But secondly, because we are now in competition with other actors, it means that any state that puts itself forward to own a problem, let's say, just hypothetically, the British government were to say, we are going to lead on trying to resolve the crisis in Yemen, we're going to put in significant resources, we're potentially going to look at peacekeeping missions, we're potentially going to look at using some of our assets to kind of force people to the negotiating table. If we were to very publicly own that problem, there would be a very significant incentive for Iran, potentially for Russia, to continue to destabilize the environment in order to fix British resources into Yemen. We're already seeing that in Syria, where if you look under the Trump administration, some US officials spoke quite openly about fixing the Russians in Syria and causing persistent attrition against them in order to prevent them from being able to use that resource elsewhere. I'm not saying that that is US policy, but it was certainly something that Trump-era officials spoke about quite openly. And so what you end up with is a dynamic where, because it is easier to destabilize an environment than to stabilize it, it is very, very risky for any government to actually own the idea of stabilizing these states. And so what I think we need as NATO is a re-articulation of our strategy and approach. We need to recognize that the resource that underpins and makes possible the historical methodologies that we've adopted is no longer available. And so some of those methodologies are no longer ones that are realistically things we can do. But secondly, there may be a need to admit to our public that in the long term, it is worth accepting that there will be some terrorist attacks generated from these areas, because longer term stability in these places is something that's worth having. And therefore, we need to allow local groups to start coming to accommodations with governments and to be able to support stabilization over the longer term. But that means an acceptance of risk, and risk that may well play out in our capital cities rather than in theirs. And so, that requires political leadership. It requires a very frank conversation with our publics about the guarantees we can make. If we do not have that shift in focus, then my concern is that while we intend to reduce our footprint in large parts of the world in order to focus on great power competition, the reality is we will increasingly find ourselves fixed and drawn into essentially a targeted killing process across more and more geographical areas, partly because the terrorists themselves are disseminating and latching onto insurgencies in new areas, but also because threats like climate change and other systemic issues are actually causing instability to spread. And so some of the challenges that give harbour and safe haven an opportunity for these international terrorist groups to interact with local actors are becoming ones that are available in more areas of the world. So really, the problem here is that NATO as an institution cannot drive that realignment of strategy, because it is a consensus organization that implements the strategy agreed upon by its members. Which means that if we are going to have that conversation about burden sharing, about what we can realistically offer, about what the realistic end states are, and about where we accept risk, and that is the thing we're often very bad at articulating among ourselves, that needs to be driven by member state governments going to NATO and saying, while we have this taxonomy and language and these programs, they are no longer consistent with the resource and effort that we're willing to put into it, and therefore we need to have a rethink, which requires leadership. And I suppose the question there is counterterrorism something that our national governments want to continue to publicly show leadership on? Or is that somewhere where they do not want to invest their political capital? Because if they're not prepared to have that conversation, then I fear there will continue to be a divergence between our stated strategy and our actual practice. And with that, I believe I'm on the mark of 10 minutes, so I will hand back to the chair.
Thank you very much for those insights. I think it's very interesting to point out this divergence between what we say and what we actually do. And I'm certain that we will come back to this. But now I would like to hand over to Kenneth.
And here I am, I hope. Just a test. Excellent. I see a thumbs up. Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Watling, for that very interesting previous exposition, which quite beautifully fits with what I'm about to say, indeed, about NATO counterterrorism, as we speak about it in terms of, well, I'll be talking more about the strategic macro perspective view on how NATO is approaching counterterrorism in the last decade, basically. And the fact is that, of course, NATO is perhaps in somewhat of a problem when it comes to counterterrorism, because, of course, it is a military alliance, and it can only do things which are, in essence, have a military relevance, of course. And in that terms, of course, when we speak about the grand strategy about terrorism, we have a bit of a problem because, well, NATO's, as a military organization, would be at the sharp end of counterterrorism, whereas in an ideal world, we would want the sharp end to be used only as a last resort, and preferably we'd try and make sure that we don't need it at all. Which of course puts NATO a bit in a difficult position when it tries to play a role of some relevance in the global counterterrorism effort and whatever counterterrorism effort the alliance wishes to pursue. But nonetheless, I mean, so there have been successes and there have also been failures, of course. I mean, we all know that NATO was plugged into the United States global war on terror, at least as it turns joining the coalition to, or at least some member states joining the coalition to go in Afghanistan, whereas opting not to intervene in Iraq. And unfortunately, the communist opinion has been that both operations have been strategic failures. This is not my opinion, but it tends to be the opinion of the international academic community, at least. So the fact is that that is not much of a success story, but nonetheless, at least you make an overall evaluation. Yes, it's true. Al-Qaeda is still around. Its comeback might just simply have been delayed by the ongoing pandemic, and ISIS is also far from defeated. It is you only have to follow the situation in Mozambique to know what's going on over there, and that they're actually trying to come back on the rise. And that is when we haven't spoken of future perspectives and the consequences of the damage that will be done by the global measures to fight COVID and all the economic crisis and the ensuing extremism that will follow from there. So the problem is that indeed there have been successes. But there also have, in terms of general success, there isn't exactly that much. Of course, the fact is that NATO does have devoted some thought to counterterrorism policy, and in 2012, I believe it has already been referred to, there have been these policy guidelines in which has defined the three most pertinent areas in which NATO can indeed offer some sort of contribution to the counterterrorism effort. And these three areas focus on awareness, mainly talking about intelligence, information sharing, leveraging the fact that the alliance has so many member states and also so many partner nations that they can speak about, or at least try and get some sort of raising awareness and intelligence sharing effort going on. The second is indeed capacity building, which has so nicely been explained by my predecessor, which also includes effectively mainly the operations in theater, but also helping host nations, for example, to build up their capabilities to make sure that they can prevent terrorism, that they can detect terrorism, and that they can make their host nation less hospitable to terrorist groups. And the third would be in terms of engagement, indeed, speaking not only intra-alliance engagement, but also with the partner countries, which has actually managed to unite 69 nations in something of a common goal around counterterrorism and a common view on what that goal should be and what kind of counterterrorism that they can pursue. This is 69 nations, including, of course, the 28 that are in the alliance. Now, in terms of if you look at that, of course, there is a difference between how this all goes in practice and how this is all has been communicated by NATO. Because if you look at the official NATO rhetoric, what I call the NATO rhetoric, its communications policy on counterterrorism, you see a lot about conducting consultations. Yes, okay, with the final goal of this counterterrorism policy of NATO, logically, to be to push back the geographic boundary of terrorism beyond alliance territory, and in so doing, contributing to an overall counterterrorism effort. But that is, of course, where these matters are perhaps a little bit difficult for NATO to reconcile all these goals, and indeed the rather limited role that NATO as an alliance can play in this. Now, my predecessor has brilliantly explained, indeed, what NATO always does best, of course, which is operations in theater as a military organization. Naturally, they have. I think that the most successes have been made in terms of devising explanations, responses to these requirements against asymmetric threats, how the use of kinetic force, the utility of the use of force, target hardening, intelligence and surveillance, the human cultural awareness and sensitivity, so as not to create further discontent. A lot about improvised explosive devices detection and destruction, and of course a lot of route clearance, which was naturally very important. I'm speaking especially as an intelligence expert. For me, counterterrorism, well, terrorism is a tool, therefore counterterrorism is also a tool. And, well, NATO's relevance can be to actually offer a number of things within that toolbox. Based on what NATO does best. And of course, when we speak again about this capability building, education, training, and the conduct of exercises within the alliance, and again with partner nations, especially host nations. Again, that's where NATO also has a great relevant role. And of course, naturally, I will be telling you that in terms of raising the awareness matter, intelligence, the information sharing is indeed what possibly has the greatest potential for NATO to be a great success story. In terms of indeed not only, once again, speaking with other international organizations, such as cooperating with the UN, who also has a counterterrorism policy, but also with the EU and signing into certain EU projects, or at least combining that, or at least the EU intelligence sharing and information sharing bodies, in which what the European NATO member states also have a great deal of relevance to offer in that regard. Now, certainly, NATO can not only enhance cooperation within its own body, but also, therefore, outside of it. But that, of course, brings us to, indeed, again, this has been referred to in the previous presentation, that there is great potential for NATO to play an evolving and increasing role in counterterrorism based on what NATO's been doing so far, especially in terms of a kinetic response. But, well, we have to move past the fact of consultations and the rhetoric and the PR communications part and go into political action. And that is unfortunately where things tend to block, of course, which is based greatly on the fact that, well, certain member states have very different perceptions about what the terrorist threat actually is and what kind of counterterrorism policy they should pursue, which, of course, completely taps into the fact that counterterrorism and security policy is still a national national competence and something that NATO, as a consensus body, as my colleague indeed referred to, has difficulty when there is no consensus. There is nothing to be discussed about, and the problem is that indeed we'll have to get past that in some way. There is a great deal of will. There is a great deal of commitment within those working in NATO to actually get things done. But we tend to find that at the political level, this tends to stop or at least get mired into certain discussions, right? And this is leaving me with the last minute, indeed, in which the point is that the role of NATO can be in leveraging its resources. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of intelligence sharing. I've never met a SACEUR who is happy about the intelligence sharing arrangement within NATO, which is one of the benefits of being a Belgian academic, that I get more chances than most to speak to high-level NATO personnel about this. Indeed, improving its capacity, but also the fact that NATO can play a role in not coercive, but perhaps more compelling diplomacy and indeed aid, turning money into its main weapon system by and also engaging defense forces in this to get host states to stop being so hospitable to terrorist nations, or at least allow them to stop this. And that's the fact, that is regarding to the problem of the political issues, the fact, of course, in international relations, which I hope that we'll get back to indeed. So a lot of potential, but a need for a lot of political action in the first place as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights, and especially emphasizing the importance of intelligence sharing, which is certainly something that is really crucial for NATO and will possibly get better at. And sticking a bit with the theme of intelligence and social media, now it's Marie's turn.
Thank you, Paula. Hello, everyone. I hope that you are enjoying a wonderful conference, as I do. And thank you all previous speakers for valuable inputs. My name is Marie Zametsnikova, as you may see below, and I would like to contribute to this panel with an insight to counterterrorism and social media. Social media channels are more or less 2 decades old, yet it is no overstatement to say that they have already reshaped many aspects of modern life. No earlier medium combined such a vast audience with social media's personalized experience, tailored by sophisticated algorithms to each user's interests. Social media influence and even drive world events. United States presidential elections can be one of many examples. But you can also reach audience despite the lower budget via social media tools with micro-targeted personalized messages. I would like to give you an example. NATO plays an active role in counterterrorism activities on all social media platforms and developed also its powerful presence. Do you know that, for example, its Instagram account is rising by 1,000 followers in less than 1 month? All of these followers then consume information that is published on that platform. Or, for example, the hashtag that this conference is also using, We Are NATO, for spreading the message that we are part of NATO and that we are here. We are part of the community. But there is also more behind it than only a hashtag. It has an aim to resonate among young audience. This campaign conveys that NATO allied work and train together to keep citizens safe. This can we can also interpret this digital language hashtag into a brand of spreading package reliability, vision of better world and mutual trust. Unfortunately, terrorists has also adopted new technologies to their purposes in similar manner as, for example, NATO does, but in negative connotation. And social media is no exception. Indeed, social media has proved particularly well suited for terrorist propagandizing and recruiting for several reasons. First, social media enables terrorists to communicate radicalizing messages to a far wider cycle of potential adherents than they could have reached with traditional media. Unlike websites, these services are free, user-friendly, and most can be used pseudonymously, such as nicknames and fake identity. Put simply, social media allows terrorists to recruit and propagandize across borders in a way that 20th century technology never allowed. Another advantage of social media for terrorists is that they can engage directly and publicly with more credible figures and hijacking those figures' visibility to amplify terrorists' own messages. It can be, for example, replying first to someone's tweet or harassing these figures to gain like-minded users. But while social media offers terrorists valuable capabilities, it also brings vulnerabilities. This can lead us to a question: does information age and even social media provide an added value to NATO in terms of counterterrorism? We can take an example of Churchcrest in New Zealand 2019, when the terrorist attacks was a live stream massacre that otherwise could have looked like a surrealistic war simulation, and nobody could watch it around the world. And the power of social media channels is that when you publish something on one channel, it can easily be republished on other platforms, like a chain viral reaction that cannot be controlled. Of course, this tragic situation should not be placed on social channels, as there are many civilians who are vulnerable, such as children, for example, and it can have much worse than negative connotation at the end. However, there is still an opportunity to use that content by military groups, such as NATO, to chase terrorist groups and their networks in order to protect civilians in the future. As we may suggest from the phrase social network, it provides us with a detailed map of who is linked to whom in a given organization of movement, which is a basic task of intelligent analysis seeking to understand a terrorist group. We can also link it to an example of our private social media channels. For example, if you have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, you have your friends, your followers, and everybody can see who follows you and who you follow. And this is a really valuable insight into NATO and other organizations. So how can we assure that civilians are protected on both battlefields? I mean, in a physical and a virtual world. Physical is that we develop counter-terrorist policy to avoid physical attacks in the future. And in the same time, we use the digital information without exposing civilians to face such brutal content. For example, information in the post can help NATO's intelligence agencies and other analysts to locate individual terrorists, observe how terrorist group operates, for example, in Syria or Afghanistan, and learn how foreign fighters traveled. Also, direct messages sent on social media platforms are vulnerable to surveillance by Western officials, leading terrorist groups to shift most of their communications to encrypted platforms. Even where the technological challenges can be surmounted, any intervention to address terrorist use can have a collateral effect on other important values: cybersecurity, freedom of speech, economic dynamism, and human rights. Some social media channels such as Facebook, Google, YouTube, or even Twitter have expanded their moderation teams and sharpened their guidance as to what is the extremes content, by also developing tools driven by artificial intelligence that can ultimately enable platforms to identify and remove terrorist content faster than its creators can put it up. Artificial able to make the foreseeable future. So I would like to close my input here and give back the floor to Paula. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie, for your inputs and for showing especially also the role that social media is increasingly playing in counterterrorism and how NATO has to take that into account. I think what we have seen from all of these presentations so far is that counterterrorism is a very wide field and that there's many, especially also new and emerging challenges that NATO has to face, whether that is in the field of policy, intelligence sharing, or social media. I would like to open this now for a Q&A. And we will start with the first question that we have been getting. And this would be for Tanya. Tanya, you have done a lot on battlefield evidence. And what would be interesting to hear is evidence that is collected by the military already widely accepted in courts? And which role should it play in this regard?
Hi, thank you, Paula. I hope you can hear me. I'm having a lot of problems with the internet, or maybe it's just on my end. But thanks for the question. Yes, it has already been used in a couple of court cases. In the UK, for example, a famous case, the Sardar case, a taxi driver who was held up at the airport and his fingerprints matched with those in a database which had been collected several years earlier by Americans in Iraq during a regular surveillance. So yes, there are examples of battlefield evidence that is starting to be used in court, but it does pose certain challenges. First of all, in some countries, the laws needs to be amended to allow battlefield evidence to be introduced as evidence in court. And one has to be careful when using battlefield evidence in court that the defense has the right to be able to challenge the defense, which is the evidence which is put forward against him. And the problem is here that when the information collected from the battlefield is indeed intelligence, it becomes problematic because then it may not always be shared. So there are certain concerns with the use of battlefield evidence, and this is also the reason why guidance is being developed. So these are issues which are really to be dealt with from a legal perspective in a courtroom, but there are also obviously challenges completely at the beginning of collecting evidence. If you would have military which are not properly trained, and they need to know how to secure a crime scene, and the evidence should not be contaminated, otherwise the chain of custody would be broken. So there are different layers in which attention needs to be given to be able to allow information collected from the battlefield to be used as evidence.
Thank you very much for those insights, and maybe just staying with you for a second, because I know that you have to leave a bit earlier than the rest of us. What would you say, should militaries whose primary role is to fight actually be saddled with more of these responsibilities where they have to go around the battlefield and then actually also collect evidence? And maybe connected to that, does it take a lot of time for them to prepare for this task, and do they need to be trained in this? And how much work and effort would that be? Tanya, can you hear me?
I could only hear the first part. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. I could only hear the first part, not the second part. It's a good question. I personally think, it is not the primary role of the military, neither should it be. I really consider it the exception. So you have to look at it from a different perspective. I mean, normally you would send out a request for mutual legal assistance, and then the prosecutor entity would go to that specific area and collect the evidence that is needed. We are in circumstances where either there is no mutual legal assistance agreement, or the country is a conflict-torn country where it would not be possible to physically go to that area to collect the evidence. So in those exceptional cases, so it is certainly not meant to become the rule, it should remain the exception, one could consider to see if the military can play a role. And I think a lot has changed over the years. The military are already collecting a lot of the information for military purposes. So the question then is, if you're already collecting it for military purposes, whether or not certain information can be declassified and be made available for law enforcement purposes. But I'm sure some of my colleagues in the panel might have a view on this as well. But it would require indeed some training, and there are several different methods. One could also have like an evidence custodian traveling, be embedded with the police, or you could have forensic specialists or forensic mobile equipment. So there are different ways of looking at it and how it could be accommodated within a rule of law framework.
Jack or Kenneth, do you want to come in on this and on the task whether the military should focus on battlefield evidence tasks or whether not?
I can speak brief and just say that I think while the military has been able to do this, especially when we're talking about special forces units that are conducting exploitation of materials collected after a strike, it will always be, unless the specific purpose of a mission is to seize someone to bring them to trial, a secondary consideration. and it does require a pretty high level of training and assurance to be able to make sure that the evidence is usable. And so while when it is possible, we can absolutely use that material, and that's a good thing, I think we have to be realistic about our expectations in terms of the scale and reliability with which the military will be able to come up with usable intelligence and usable evidence, noting that those two things are often different and difficult to reconcile. So, you can train people to do it, but there are a huge number of variables in a combat zone that you don't control and which can invalidate a lot of those materials. And so unless evidence is the purpose of the mission, then you can't necessarily expect to get back usable material.
Thank you, Jack, for his insights. And maybe staying with realistic expectations, that is actually something that links quite well to what you have been saying before, which is mainly that we have to communicate better which end states, when NATO is involved in counterterrorism, are actually manageable and doable. And I wanted to ask if you could maybe elaborate a bit more on that point, how we should communicate this and how such end states could look like.
So it's very context specific. But if we look at, for example, Fulani insurgency in the Sahel, it is entirely realistic that the government of Mali and of Chad and of Burkina Faso could come up with propositions to the Fulani community that would settle down a lot of the insurgency. That could be assisted in great part by the application of aid and by the use of money to stimulate some of the goodwill that might be necessary. But if you do that, then there has been a growing relationship between Al Qaeda and those local insurgent groups for about 6 years now. There's a certain amount of personal relationships involved. And if you are going to broker that kind of local agreement, then you are going to have a large swathe of the Sahel in which it will be difficult to conduct kinetic strikes against Al Qaeda, and therefore Al Qaeda will use it as a safe haven, because you can't make peace with a community and then kick down doors in the middle of that community in the night. It just doesn't work that way. And so, we face a choice. We can either say that the stabilization of the Sahel in order to reduce the, migration and displacement into Europe and to reduce a number of other threats is worth the risk of giving Al Qaeda a relative safe haven. Or we can say that no, the prospect of attacks on our cities is too great, and therefore we are going to continue to chase down Al Qaeda members at the price of continuing to destabilize the center of those countries and continuing to see a large amount of population displacement. And it's very difficult to square that circle, or at least in order to come to to resolve both of those challenges, you're talking quite long timeframes, realistically, in which in the medium term, you are going to have to accept risk on one of those axes. And so being honest with our public about which threat we are prioritizing and why is, I think, a critical component of having public support behind our policy, and therefore being able to invest in it at sufficient scale to give it a chance of succeeding. Because you can write very fine strategies, but if you dribble in your resources in piecemeal bits and pieces, then you won't hit a critical mass where you have enough influence on the ground to actually achieve very much. And this is something that a lot of NATO specific, as in NATO-led organizational programs, run into. I brought up the example of training the officer corps in Iraq before. It's a very good program to train officers in the staff college, but when those officers meet an operating environment and political masters who have quite specific demands that are incompatible with the NATO training, unsurprisingly, and I don't think we could expect anything else, they follow the demands of their political masters and of the political context within which they're operating, which leads to some of those officers being involved in shooting protesters, for example. And NATO has a very limited capacity unless people are really going to grapple with the wider environment to prevent that from happening. And so what you end up with is a well-intentioned program that doesn't necessarily have the effects that you would like, because it is working without sufficient foundations around it to succeed.
I see. Thank you for pointing out that difficulty. There's also been a question that asked that you talked a bit about great power rivalry and how other actors could try and log people down into more protracted wars. How do you think that NATO could prevent Chinese and Russian interference, for example, in this regard?
I don't think that you can. They will make a calculation about whether it's in their interests, and they will make a calculation as to whether it costs them anything. NATO and whether they particularly are concerned about second order consequences of continuing to destabilize a particular area. NATO can collectively use deterrence or punish or expose how that is being done, and therefore inflict diplomatic cost. Using some of those ISR assets that were mentioned, to essentially increase the risk of states engaging in that kind of behavior. But ultimately, if we are in a competitive multipolar environment, then those states will make a decision that's based on their interests, and you can shape the calculus, but you can't determine the outcome. And so there is a serious question there around deterrence, and around what NATO is prepared to do against great powers that are threatening its operations and relationships indirectly, because that clearly isn't an Article 4 or Article 5 issue. So there aren't really very good mechanisms within the alliance to treat those activities as things that the alliance can respond to. But that doesn't mean that there can't be a deterrent strategy and a discussion between members about what levers they can use elsewhere to impose a cost on that activity. And then there's a question of how do you message that so that the other side understands that it needs to factor those costs into what it might be doing. It may well be the case that a lot of that activity is not done through NATO, but done by NATO members, because it's using their ISR assets anyway. And NATO as an alliance might find it much easier to have consensus on its central mission in Europe of deterrence against great power conflict.
Thank you very much. We've also been getting a question which I think Kenneth and Marie are the best people to answer. The question reads as the following. As tech companies like Facebook delete more information on terrorism off the internet, do organizations like NATO, who rely heavily on open source intelligence, run into the danger of losing important intelligence? If so, what could you consider as viable ways to ensure that the society is on the one hand kept safe from propaganda, while also giving the military enough insight to do its job? So essentially, open source intelligence, how NATO uses it, and whether there is a difficulty when private social media platforms delete information off of it.
Thank you, Paula, for a wonderful question and a tough one. But I would just keep it simple, and it's international cooperation mainly. So international cooperation can be effective only if similar standards are adopted and implemented worldwide. This is what should drive all nations, that together we are better and stronger than alone. So this is, for example, the CTRC, which was launched in 2020 and recently implemented. And there needs to be also technical assistance to translate international standards into regional and bilateral regulations. Also, there is an input that agenda shouldn't be only on table, but there should be action implemented by international community. And when we speak about international community and technologies, the blockchain technology is one of the most advanced technologies that we have, and that can be implemented for that reason. With blockchain technology is a system of recording information in a way that makes it difficult or impossible to change, hack or cheat the system, which also leads us to data, because data are really important today. For example, 2017 WannaCry or NotPetya, which affected in more than 150 countries with around $300 million loss and reputation damage and a lot of loss of data. So how we can what we can do with that? And it's an AI solution, probably artificial intelligence, that we should be ahead. In nowadays world, it is always about preparation, especially in cyberspace and digitalization overall. You can imagine an army of terrorist robots driven by artificial intelligence, but no country can succeed in this alone. We need intelligence, we need experts, we need scholars such as COE, such as SPS, LL, STO. The attention should be also paid to the use of virtual assets, the exploitation of new technologies, and the use of social media to raise awareness among public and among young people, because the social media are also the majority of social media users is young audience. So to spread awareness about this, and yeah, I would answer by this.
Okay, Kenna?
Yes, I can second what Marie's been saying, indeed. But the fact is, of course, that one has to ask a question what the actual intelligence value is of most of the complete nonsense which is being posted online. There is a big difference between rhetoric and between actual indications of intent or stuff that can be turned into actionable intelligence. That is one consideration. The other consideration is that, yes, it's true, social media platforms are getting a lot better at quickly detecting this sort of propaganda and removing it. But data is never really completely removed. So there will have been some time in which it will have been present on the internet or in the sphere, whatever you wish to call it. And it's true, as Marie has been saying, there are a great deal of companies and a lot of research institutes which are working very hard on creating all sorts of technical OSINT solutions, which are very much specialized in detecting this sort of language. Natural language processing abilities actually is what it's called, in detecting, for one, this sort of radicalizing propaganda. And there is also some work being done, some limited progress, of course, being made with indeed deep learning applications that can actually predict when language turns into planning or leakage behavior or actual intent or actually building up the capacity to engage in actual terrorist attacks or planned terrorist attacks, and so that is so there's certainly being progress being made in that regard. But one other third consideration, and that's what I'll finish with, is also that as these mainstream social media platforms are getting a lot better at removing this sort of content, this also means that these radicalized groups, as we have seen, are increasingly just shifting towards other platforms where they can freely spew whatever stuff that they actually say, and that in itself is perhaps again not a good development, but for OSINT purposes it might be, because it allows us to target where to look. I mean, it's better to look over there than in vastness of Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook. But on the other hand, of course, it creates an even more resonating echo chamber for this sort of propaganda. So the ones who are actually in it only get further radicalized, and that is not a good thing. So the fact is that, yes, we have to shut them down, and ideally make sure that nobody gets on it, so that and purpose of that, for intelligence purposes, that might not be very good. But well, there are other tools in the toolbox.
That is certainly true. I think Marie has a short comment on what you just said.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Kenneth. I just want to add that, as we may know, the counterterrorism is being slowly but surely privatized. On the one hand, we have main technology companies such as Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and others, which use artificial technology and artificial intelligence to do image and language matching. On the other hand, there is NATO, who also have its capacities in terms of counterterrorism, and that they were already mentioned. There is still a huge barrier of two different dimensions, like black and white, that if experts from these two entities, which I mean, for example, NATO and social media companies would cooperate closely together from the point of expertise, then there can be developed OSINT 2.0, aka Open Source Intelligence 2.0, which I think can be a really interesting point.
Thank you very much. Tanya, I know that you have to leave very soon. So sticking with this topic on social media and open source intelligence, I wanted to ask, how does this play into the evidence? So when militaries and private initiatives like Bellingcat rely a lot on open source intelligence and pictures posted on social media as well as propaganda, what are the difficulties in admitting such kind of evidence in court? And does international law adapt to these changes?
Thank you very much, Paula. Yeah, so once you start looking at indeed electronic evidence, or I mean information on social media, and to look whether or not it can be used as evidence in court, there are also a lot of platforms at the moment in which law enforcement and prosecutors work closely together with tech companies together. But to be able to use it as evidence, one needs to make sure that the evidence is authentic, and you have to see to it, look at the integrity. So the main concerns is that is there an ability that someone or something has tampered with the evidence before it can be used as evidence. So those are the concerns. Or some of the thresholds that needs to be met. But what is more complicated, yes, in one way you want to prevent people who are radicalizing to get on these platforms and that information will be removed. But sometimes that information is exactly the evidence a prosecutor would like to use. So removing it is not always then the solution. And the problem is that for prosecutors, they will have to send a request to, in most cases, it will be to the US, to request the internet providers to store the evidence for a certain amount of time, because they delete it after a certain amount of time. So they will need to send out a request, and that is quite time consuming. And there are several, initiatives trying to improve how to obtain electronic evidence better and faster so it can be used as evidence in court. Also at the EU level, there are some significant steps being taken to use that, improve that system.
Well, thank you so much for your insights. And I know that you will have to leave us now, which is very unfortunate, but thank you so much for taking the time to enlighten us all a bit on battlefield evidence and the role that NATO can play in it. I think it's a topic that isn't discussed very much in counterterrorism, but that is certainly an important role where the military should at least think about the role it wants to play there. So thank you really much.
Yeah, my pleasure, and it was nice being here, and I wish you success at the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Well, to the rest of you who are still here, there is actually we were talking about great power rivalry, and there's often China and Russia that is mentioned, but obviously there are also a lot of other actors such as Iran who are trying to get more influence, especially in the Middle Eastern region where there is still a bit of upheaval. And the integrated review that the UK government has recently published argues that state sponsorship of terrorism, the use of proxies, and the likelihood of successful CBRN attacks by 2030 will become quite an issue, and actually something that might happen. So how can or should NATO react to this?
So, I mean, we've seen several hundred chemical weapons attacks now in Syria. Not all of them higher-end agents, but some of them using nerve agents. And we've also seen attacks conducted by nation states on other nation states' territory, which has been an attempt at targeted killing, but has killed civilians. And so, the norms against the use of chemical weapons have eroded, and the fact that there are states that have, should we say, they're not particularly stable. Programs manufacturing this stuff means that there is a much higher risk that it gets out into the hands of militias or groups who might want to employ it for a range of means. The means for which it's been used in Syria has mainly been to clear civilians out of urban areas, to kind of remove the support structure around insurgents, to enable conventional attack. But obviously terrorists would have a great deal of use for this sort of technology, not least because of the psychological impact, the disproportionate psychological impact that contaminating an environment has, as compared to a bomb, which has an immediate effect, but not necessarily quite such a long-term one. So the risk is very high. And then the separate question about proxies, which is, higher-end chemical weapons and those sorts of threats do essentially emanate from states. There are a couple of instances of non-state actors manufacturing them, but it is a pretty intense and complicated process. But the fact that there are states who are manufacturing these things and are using them means that, and wish to do so deniably in some cases, means that there are vectors for that to transfer across to proxies. So there's a strategic concern or a threat. That doesn't mean it will happen. The proxy issue is one that's very real and doesn't just apply to great powers. Iran, as you mentioned, but also, if we look at Libya, we have a NATO member, Turkey, sponsoring a certain number of groups in a very different direction to other members of the alliance. We have France with relationships with other actors who are in conflict. We have the UAE acting on the ground in support of some actors, and we have the Russians going in. And so there you have a real issue when you start dealing with proxies, and we've had the same issue in Syria, where there is actually very little alignment in interests or relationships between NATO members. And at that point, it becomes really hard to have an alliance position, or at least a constructive alliance policy on counterterrorism, because members may not even agree as to who the terrorists are. And in that sense, it really complicates the ability of the alliance to actually have a constructive policy, and especially to pursue that stabilization sort of language and framework that it has historically used. And so whenever those sorts of issues crop up, I think what you see is that NATO as an institution essentially says that's in the too difficult box, and we're going to focus on our core mission. And we will continue to facilitate dialogue behind the scenes on the other issues, but NATO institutionally is not going to be involved. We leave that to member states. But if there are more places where that happens, then the process that has been kind of snowballing since the fall of the Soviet Union, whereby you have more and more states becoming affiliated to NATO, probably slows down, because NATO's constructive role in a lot of these areas is diminished or curtailed.
Do you have any hopes that the strategic process that NATO is now currently embarking on will kind of deliver a threat assessment which makes more sense for more members, or where everyone is on the same page? Or do you think that it's more going to be this whack-a-mole approach again, where we just see what we can do and just kind of like try to muddle through?
I think there's a great deal of alignment in the alliance on some core questions. The threat posed by Russia is one that I think pretty much all members recognize, and some of the gaps and areas of divergence that have historically constrained our approach to Russia have narrowed. So France, which was strongly arguing for a southern focus for some time, is now reinvesting in divisional warfighting capabilities and is focused on the Eastern question. And similarly, Turkey in Nagorno-Karabakh was assisting Azerbaijan fighting a state that Russia has guaranteed security to. So, there isn't necessarily a mismatch in outlook across the alliance on that question. But as we deal with counterterrorism, and the kind of mismatch between global counterterrorism against those international actors versus local insurgency, the great power dynamic and the competition dynamic both lead to a fracturing of interests. That means that NATO will struggle to provide that kind of coherent or cohesive function. And so what you're likely to see is bilateral collaboration between NATO members where there is alignment, not necessarily through the NATO structure. Although it's worth highlighting that is enabled by the STANAG, the NATO standardization agreements that make those forces interoperable. So even though NATO may not provide the command and control infrastructure to support some of those operations, it does often provide the standardized kind of benchmark that allows those militaries to cooperate and its members to cooperate.
Well, thank you very much for your insights on this. I think something that I'd like to ask Kenneth, kind of in the end, is we have seen now this difficulty between, on the one hand, threats that we see coming from international terrorism, but then also the national responses that countries have to this. And I know that you've researched quite a lot on Belgium and how Belgium responded to it. And Belgium actually got the military involved after the attacks to kind of provide internal security. Do you think that this was a smart move, or do you think that taking on counterterrorism issues by the military in your domestic country could actually lead to depletion of forces and force capacity for NATO overall?
Yes, it was very much the latter, indeed. So I'm speaking to you from Brussels, where after 6 years, finally, the police is taking over from the soldiers in guarding public spaces. And before that, they were also guarding the streets. And yes, I mean, this delves right into the question of the difference between the use of force and the utility of force. Absolutely, it is not the core business of the military to do domestic policing, and it came with a tremendous array of all sorts of difficulties regarding the fact that you do not use the military as a police, not in Western democratic states, but of course, what are notions of democracy in pandemic measure eras. But aside from that, yes, it was very much an attritional problem for the Belgian army, which is not that very large to begin with, that a great deal of its capacity was certainly at the height of the threat, was being used to guard the Belgian streets and actually take over from the police, which was it's in itself suffering from a great deal of depletion, and was simply did not have the capacity to actually take on this particular threat. In which regard it was acceptable that you do this for a brief period of time while you're working on capacity building in police, and also actually training the police in having the necessary counterinsurgency, counter-terrorist skills when you're dealing with such determined attackers as we've had the Daesh people, especially the foreign fighters who actually had certain training in which your friendly neighborhood policeman or policewoman isn't exactly equipped to deal with, as we have unfortunately had to experience in Liège when 2 female police officers were brutally killed by a radicalized individual, but not a foreign fighter. But yes, that is, it was a very bad move. I've always publicly condemned it. I always said that it was very counterproductive, especially for Belgian defense, which also meant that they had a great deal of trouble meeting whatever commitment they had made in NATO or other international operations that Belgium was taking part in. So the question of whether the military can play a role in domestic counterterrorism is one that's one that can. The condition that is very limited in time when the need is the greatest. I mean, in London as well, right after the I think it was the Westminster attacks, the British Army also guarded the streets of London for 48 hours. Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was 48 hours. Now that's acceptable indeed. That's when they said, okay, the threat is at its highest, and now we need to be able to actually deter or respond to it. And after 48 hours, they said, "Okay, fine. Now the police can take over again." That's a good approach, but not for such a prolonged time. That's done tremendous damage to the Belgian army. Also, because you do not become a soldier to be put on the street without any competence to actually do anything. And we've also seen that a lot of people left the Belgian army because of that.
Well, thank you very much for those insights. And because we have 3 minutes left, I would ask each of you to take one of those minutes and to tell me what you would like to see for NATO's counterterrorism approach as it goes into the future. Marie, why don't you go first?
That's another tough question. What I would see in the future for counterterrorism in terms of NATO, I would say what I already mentioned. It would be the more international cooperation, because stronger we are, we are stronger together. So I would strengthen the cooperation internationally among all countries and cooperate on more than bilateral level. And I would say like this. And sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. International cooperation is a crucial element, especially in counterterrorism. Kenneth, what would your wishes be for NATO's approach to counterterrorism in the future?
Well, I've already said it, of course. I mean, I say it in my classes as well on counterterrorism. 3 words: intelligence, intelligence, and intelligence. Better intelligence sharing arrangements in which these member states are able to put aside their sovereign and nationalist concerns, also their information sharing concerns, to actually allow NATO to fulfill a certain ambition of being a real hub of actionable intelligence, fusing it together, leveraging one another's capabilities, a lot more of that, and moving forward from that, actually to say something, to agree with what Marie's presentation was. I think in terms of information warfare, NATO also has great potential to fulfill that. I mean, terrorism is in the end a propaganda information warfare battle. So NATO can certainly play a tremendous role in that. And thirdly, my third wish would be that we look a great deal more into the positive coercive diplomacy aspect in terms of using money as a weapon system. But really, I mean, research has shown that whenever the military is involved in developmental aid operations, especially in these regions which we try to strengthen in terms of their own domestic situations, that has been a lot more effective than working than strictly separating the military aspect from the developmental aspect. I know that this is something that people in developmental studies or conflict studies don't like to hear, but the research shows otherwise. So I think that there might be something to explore there as well.
Thank you. And Jack, the last word is yours.
Very briefly. I think that the key thing for me is that counterterrorism is increasingly becoming something that's awkward to discuss, and that politicians in particular don't want to invest a huge amount of time on, and so it's kind of leave it to the professionals. And I think that's wrong, because there are some real strategic judgments that need to be made that require political leadership, and only our political leaders are empowered within our constitutions to make those decisions. The professionals can't. And so the main thing for me is that politicians need to appreciate that the issue hasn't gone away, that there are some difficult decisions to be made, and that it's their responsibility to make them. And once they've made those decisions and given us the boundaries of risk, then the professionals can get on with implementing that. But there does need to be political leadership.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. A fantastic note to end on. Thank you so much, everyone, for taking the time to be here today, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Paula.
Pleasure.
You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the You Go First is unique in two significant ways. First, it is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. A third sensor, so a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a can? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the You Go First is unique in two significant ways. First, is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. A third sensor, so a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a can? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States, and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the Hugo First is unique in two significant ways. First, is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. And the third sensor, a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a can? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the You Go First is unique in two significant ways. First, it is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. A third sensor, so a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a camp? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the Hugo First is unique in two significant ways. First, is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. And the third sensor, a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a can? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science.
So thank you, and let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me today and for pulling together an inspiring program for your conference to celebrate both NATO's 72nd anniversary and the second anniversary since this forum's foundation. When Jeffrey contacted me to ask if I would speak at this event, it was easy for me to say yes. Bringing the voices of diverse young professionals to the fore is vital if we want to think and act with relevance as an alliance. NATO and the transatlantic community can only benefit from turning up the dial on your thoughts and views, and I personally pledge to support and champion young professionals and use my platform to support your work. Today I've been asked to provide you with some insights into the NATO intelligence world, and I'm delighted to do so. First, because as a lifelong defense and intelligence professional, this is genuinely my passion. Second, I know I'm talking to smart, sharp international security policy gurus out there, and I want to encourage and convince the brightest and the best of you from all backgrounds to make your next career move into the world of intelligence and security for the Alliance. For the next half hour, I'll take you through a brief introduction as to my role, where intelligence and security fits in the Alliance, and how we work together to bring the full weight of the Alliance's 70-plus intelligence services to bear to inform strategic decision-making. I've been in position as the Assistant Secretary General for Intelligence and Security for NATO now for over a year. During my first year, I worked very hard with the Allied intelligence and security services and the intelligence staffs all across NATO to rapidly take stock of what we call the NATO intelligence enterprise, as well as the security elements, to develop a vision and strategy for the enterprise, and also to begin implementation of that strategy. From the very first day of my mandate at NATO, I have raised security as our highest priority issue, in parallel to our work on intelligence. Without a solid foundation of security, intelligence simply cannot be exploited. Of course, my first year in the post has been shaped by the COVID-19 crisis, but with challenge comes opportunity. And as a leader, I'm proud to say that the pandemic has reinforced the sheer quality of our NATO team all across the enterprise. Even while restricting our presence in the office in order to protect our people, we actually became more efficient, effective, and with great teamwork, we accomplished more together than we imagined would be possible. Knowing your work is valued and relevant is one of the most powerful factors in motivating a team through the good times and tough challenges. For the intelligence and security workforce, it's crystal clear that our work is valuable and important. It underpins the Alliance's policy and military decision-making, a fact well recognized by the North Atlantic Council and Military Committee, as well as by the Secretary General and the Supreme Allied Commander Europe. Since cooperation and coordination are central features of my work here at NATO within the division and my role as the Assistant Secretary General, I'll focus my remarks on these areas for both security and intelligence functions. So let me start by explaining what I mean by cooperation and coordination and how my role contributes to these actions. Coordination is an orderly arrangement of efforts to provide unity of action in the fulfillment of common objectives, whereas cooperation denotes collective efforts of persons working in an enterprise voluntarily for the achievement of a particular purpose. It's the willingness of individuals to help each other. Coordination is an effort to integrate effectively the energies of those different groups, whereas cooperation is mutually supporting activities to achieve general objectives of the business. Therefore, the existence of cooperation may prove to be an effective condition or a prerequisite for coordination, but it does not mean that coordination originates automatically from those voluntary efforts of the group of members. In my experience, and I think in practical reality, it has to be achieved through conscious and deliberate efforts of managers. So I think that we can agree that cooperation without coordination isn't likely to result in much, and neither does coordination without cooperation. So now, why did the leaders of NATO member states decide to create my post? NATO created an ASG-INS to have a single designated senior official to oversee its intelligence personnel, systems, and structural enablers to, quote, enhance intelligence sharing within NATO. And it wasn't just for better management that leaders reached this agreement. From the alliance's inception 72 years ago in 1949, leadership of the intelligence effort was the responsibility of the Deputy Secretary General, who I might point out has a myriad of duties that do not allow for a comprehensive focus on intelligence. The alliance experienced an overall lack of sufficient intelligence oversight, duplication of effort, and overtasking of intelligence analysis centers for similar products. Also, sometimes competing, unreconciled views between military and civilian intelligence assessments arose, and this had the potential to undermine effective debate and decision-making within the alliance. So now let me point out that the role I play here is very similar to a few I've played in the United States intelligence community and in the broader United States federal government. Just as in the U.S., I'm an enterprise leader. And just as in the U.S., I do not have clear, firm authority over many of the operating units, if you will, that you'd think I'd need in order to achieve the desired outcomes. In the U.S., I acted on behalf of the Director of National Intelligence to coordinate the actions of 18 intelligence agencies and to encourage their cooperation. NATO works through consensus at 30, the consensus of the 30 nations, which is a parallel in my mind to the 18 intelligence agencies, and I similarly work through consensus. I coordinate intelligence activities for efficiency and effectiveness using soft power and encourage cooperation within the alliance to achieve intelligence and security outcomes. So how does that practically work? So consider that I'm the CEO of a company focused on intelligence and security. The NATO member states, specifically their intelligence and security services, function as my board of directors. Our committee meetings are like board meetings. I make proposals and work to achieve consensus. All of the necessary resources are controlled by and come from the nations. In their words, I am their ambassador within the alliance. But I'm also accountable to them, as a CEO might be to a corporate board. I've learned to set primary focus on the outcome and taking care of our people, then on creating win-win opportunities and getting the nations themselves involved. Our successes themselves build trust and confidence, and then things get easier. So I see the key aspects of my job as being the chief advocate, proponent, advisor to the Secretary General, chair of the Military Committee and the nations in the alliance format for intelligence and security, for being the enterprise leader in ensuring efficiency and effectiveness through coordination and cooperation, for ensuring the protection of the alliance's personnel, facilities, and information, and ensuring that the nations have at 30 the same set of intelligence facts, and through all that, I think, to help raise the level of debate. Simply, I help to ensure the alliance has the best security possible and to bring the best of the alliance's 70-plus intelligence services to bear at, or ideally before, the moment of decision. So as I said, security was my highest priority issue and is foundational for our intelligence work. So let me now touch on three main security themes. First, how do we collaboratively achieve our NATO security policies? Second, How do we protect NATO's people, infrastructure, and information against threats? And third, how do we share intelligence and other information among NATO nations and with partners? So as I've already mentioned, the North Atlantic Council is NATO's principal policy decision-making body. It oversees the response to security issues that affect the whole alliance. Bringing together representatives from each NATO nation, the Council enacts and upholds security policy. In NATO, we believe that security is only as effective as the collective will to protect our people and our assets. This requires dedication, teamwork, and cross-cultural cooperation in order to apply unified security standards across military and civilian institutions. Only in this way can we ensure a common degree of security. While it would be natural to imagine that the governance model for security is extremely complicated in an organization such as NATO, it's actually rather straightforward. For a glimpse into how this works, let me take you on a walk down memory lane, starting nearly 7 decades ago. Shortly after NATO expanded for the first time to include Greece and Turkey and significantly enlarge its geographic scope, the Allies decided to set up a security committee. National security authorities from all NATO nations traveled to meet in this forum for the first time in 1953. Together, these 14 men charted the future of how an alliance of sovereign nations was to protect its people, its physical assets, and its intelligence. Now, sadly, there wasn't much regard for gender balance in that era, and thankfully times have changed. And if you'll follow me on Twitter, you'll see that some of the leading security officials in our division, in fact, are women. Although many things have changed, one thing has remained the same. The Security Committee has carried on meeting together year in and year out, including over a cutting-edge secret link during the pandemic. That committee examines the most pressing security questions of our day, and the national security authorities, now 30 women and men, decide around the proverbial table what measures to take. In the same way as NATO nations have their national security authorities, in NATO we have the NATO Office of Security, which I'm proud to say is part of my division. These security professionals coordinate with the national security authorities to review their security measures and to enable all NATO entities to uphold security policies. In addition to this policy role, the NATO Office of Security also performs operations every day to keep NATO officials, installations, intelligence, and networks safe. With 30 allies, again, one might conceive our collaboration as very complex. However, thanks to close relationships across those stakeholders, we're able to tackle major security issues through cooperation, good security practice, and harmonizing the implementation of security for the protection of NATO assets. These security policies ultimately are the baseline of how we protect our people, infrastructure, and information against threats, such as terrorism, espionage, and sabotage. NATO works collectively to share intelligence on these threats. We operate based on a risk management framework, which we are continuously adapting and updating. Managing those risks rests on a clear and up-to-date understanding of the threats to the alliance and also asset-specific threats. A firm understanding of the threats enables us to protect NATO installations, inform NATO staff, and improve our security systems. I have the opportunity to serve the alliance at the nexus of intelligence and security. We promote the alliance's circle of trust, shared intelligence, and security. We protect our people, infrastructure, and information by managing risks based on shared intelligence. In the long term, this promotes even more intelligence and information sharing among the allies, which reinforces this virtuous cycle. And finally, security both enables and is enabled by the sharing of intelligence and other information, not just among our NATO nations, but also with our partners. So like other international organizations and sovereign nations, NATO uses international agreements to enable the exchange of classified information among countries, as well as with other entities, such as international organizations. All NATO nations have signed the NATO Security Agreement, which forms an integral part of the NATO security policy that I spoke about earlier. This document covers, among other things, standards on how to safely share and protect classified information. This is incredibly important for NATO. We honor and value all intelligence indiscriminate of its source. All NATO nations vow to loyally protect each other's intelligence to the same standard. The NATO security policy also sets out personnel security clearance processes and protective measures to prevent any loss of information and safeguard our classified information. And last but not least, the NATO security policy also sets out the rules for establishing security agreements, which facilitate the intelligence sharing outside NATO. So in sum, Within NATO, we have a strong framework for enabling and managing intelligence sharing within the alliance, anchored in a common commitment to provide the information needed to enable sound decision-making in time-critical situations. These three areas of security are foundational to the intelligence function, which is the second major function under my responsibility at NATO headquarters. I made the point earlier that while coordination of the security function may seem to be complex, it's enabled by the fact that we're able to tackle major security issues through cooperation, good security practice, and harmonizing the implementation of security for the protection of NATO assets. For the intelligence function, again, coordination may seem to be complex, and I tell you, in fact, it is extremely complex, and rightly so for many reasons. But NATO is taking the steps every day and consistently every year to ensure that we bring the best of the NATO intelligence enterprise, and by extension, all of the allied intelligence and security services, to bear, as I said, at or before the moment of decision for the alliance. So my division and position were created now nearly 5 years ago. My predecessor, Ambassador Arndt Freitag von Loringhoven, oversaw the establishment and transition of the division from 3 separate entities at NATO headquarters, and the transition period ended at my arrival. My focus, and the focus of the strategy for the NATO intelligence enterprise, is to bring the enterprise to full performance at the latest by the end of my own mandate. We're now governed by the Civilian Intelligence Committee and the Military Intelligence Committee, as well as the Security Intelligence Committee, which are all of equal stature. Unsurprisingly, in the complex world of intelligence and security, they don't always agree on how we should accomplish that mandate. But just as I said within the security function, we're able to tackle major issues through cooperation, through our constant emphasis on building those relationships, and through recognition that every entity, every nation, wants what's best for NATO intelligence. The global security challenges which we're facing have gradually increased and converged, and NATO is under growing pressure from complex and multidimensional threats, ranging from conventional state-on-state military scenarios, hybrid and cyber warfare campaigns, and non-state actors empowered by new technologies, just to name a few. Common features among these threats are asymmetry, ambiguity, and sadly sometimes limited warning. This dynamic development calls for enhanced cooperation and interchange, not just among allies, but also between NATO and our partners, which is aimed at enhancing security across the globe. So now let me turn to NATO's intelligence cooperation with those partners. NATO partners usually share NATO's values of democracy, respect for the rule of law, and a willingness to work collectively on security challenges. Shared principles and approaches are especially significant with regard to cyber threats, global arms control, hybrid threats, counterterrorism, security of critical infrastructure and assets, and emerging and disruptive technologies. Currently, NATO has 42 partner nations, with most of those partners belonging to one of 3 regional frameworks: the Partnership for Peace and Euro-Atlantic Partnership Council, PFP-EAPC, the Mediterranean Dialogue, or MD, and the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, or ICI. Partners who do not belong to any of these 3 frameworks are known as the partners across the globe. In addition, the alliance has a special relationship with Russia, Ukraine, and Georgia, corresponding to unique formats for engagement: the NATO-Russia Council, the NATO-Ukraine Commission, and the NATO-Georgia Commission. The interaction with partners in the intelligence domain consistently increased from 2012 to 2016, growing from basic periodic engagements to more significant interaction at both the analytic and leadership levels. The establishment of my division delivered a significant opportunity to centralize and to establish a strategic engagement plan to power up these engagements. Looking at intelligence cooperation between NATO and the EU, I would tell you that I have a very close relationship with my EU counterpart, and we focus primarily on situational awareness, with the hybrid domain being the backbone of our collaboration. There remain challenges to sharing intelligence between NATO and the EU relevant institutions, however, but the cooperation remains strong, and the relationships are in place whenever there's increased political will to expand upon our current level of cooperation. But why is focusing on partners so important to us? While we have over 70 allied intelligence and security services within the alliance, when you include the partners, there are well over 100 different services. The reach for intelligence and security functions for NATO would be vastly expanded if we could harness the power of all of those organizations and work together in true cooperation and partnership. This is why partner engagement is vital in my eyes. I'm currently allocating more capacity for direct engagement with our partners by better coordinating NATO intelligence and security elements that are involved in that cooperation with non-NATO entities. A strategic approach to leveraging partner expertise has helped us have a coherent and prioritized engagement plan that we can adapt over time to meet changing strategic requirements for the alliance. Our partnership is based on the continuation of deepening practical cooperation with like-minded countries. In addition, we seek enhanced cooperation not only with the non-NATO countries, but also with non-NATO bodies, such as international organizations. The main priority is on countries whose intelligence and security bodies have the potential and willingness to share intelligence information with NATO on those areas of interest that we share, combined with the overall NATO policies and public diplomacy goals. So let me say that I think we're blessed with the excellent relationships with partners who have very much to offer in terms of intelligence and expertise in areas where NATO has less coverage. This is a clear example of where our efforts should focus in terms of getting the most of our partnerships and to maximize the value to the alliance, and in turn to the partners themselves in a win-win relationship. Ultimately, I wish to deliver greater value to the alliance by leveraging our diversity and expertise, not just within NATO, but with all of our partners and within political agreements and security policies. Doing so can allow NATO to make decisions with the most awareness of the strategic environment in the quickest possible manner. So as we move forward with the backing of the Allied intelligence and security services and the intelligence and security services of our partners, we will have major contributions to make as the alliance resets for collective defense, refocuses attention on deterrence, and reframes as we complete NATO 2030. I know this afternoon you'll have some great speakers that will look at space, and that'll bring in some of the latest thinking regarding emerging technology in this domain. So I'll leave it to their panel to take you into the details on this, but let me reassure you that my division is deeply engaged in developing concepts for intelligence support across new operational domains, such as space, and also for global emerging challenges that we'll hear about under that title. We will soon implement new policies on measurement and signals intelligence, biometrics, battlefield evidence, technical exploitation, among other things, in order to adapt to new forms of intelligence. Through all of this work, we will enhance the ability of the Allied intelligence and security services to provide intelligence support to decision makers. So today I've shared with you the way the intelligence jigsaw puzzle for intelligence and security fits together. I've also touched on the way it's governed, the way we cooperate with allies, partners, and like-minded institutions, and the laser-like focus we have on ensuring our strategic leaders have the intelligence they need to make decisions to safeguard the security of the nearly 1 billion citizens that are within the NATO nations. So thank you for listening today, and I trust you'll have a great conference. Thank you.
You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the Hugo First is unique in two significant ways. First, is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. And the third sensor, a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a can? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States, and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world.
Welcome to the panel exploring the new frontier, space. My name is Jeffrey Huvenagel and I'm the conference chair. In December 2019, NATO declared space as its fifth domain of operations, together with land, sea, air, and cyberspace. The recognition underpins the importance of space, particularly in the security and defense field. Space-based assets have played an integral part in supporting multi-domain operations, ranging from intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions to command and control. Space goes beyond the field of security and defense and contributes significantly to agriculture, weather monitoring, crisis management, and so much more. More than ever is there a need for a comprehensive and unified approach, because the space domain is faced with unparalleled and unprecedented threats. Today's security environment has become more volatile, multifaceted, and complex, with a rapid proliferation of emerging technologies which can provide new opportunities and present new challenges, such as the hacking and weaponization of satellites. Additionally, disruptive technologies can interrupt satellites and disrupt military operations as well as communications. Deputy Chairman of the NATO Military Committee, Lieutenant General Scott Kinsvater, stated it best. In June this year, defense ministers agreed NATO's first ever space policy. They recognize that space is part of our daily lives. And while it can be used for peaceful purposes, it can also be used for aggression. Satellites can be hacked, jammed, or weaponized. Anti-satellite weapons could cripple communications. It is therefore important that we are vigilant and resilient, also in space. However, there's far more than just NATO. Today, we're going to take a unique look into China's space capabilities, the work of the European Union Satellite Centre, and the UK space policies, all providing their own take on space. To discuss this topic in depth, I would like to welcome the following speakers. Flavio Gudici, a space scientist at the NATO Communications and Information Agency, was one of the experts that contributed to the development of NATO space policy. Dennis Bruckert is Copernicus coordinator and the head of Copernicus unit at the SATCEN since June 2004. He's representing the SATCEN at the partner board, and he's contributing to the working group in support to the external action and border monitoring driven by the Copernicus unit. Brendan Mulvaney is the director of the China Aerospace Studies Institute. Dr. Mulvaney served as a Marine for a quarter of a century, where he flew more than 2,000 hours as a AH-1W Cobra pilot and was an Olmsted scholar in Shanghai, China. Flavio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Geoffrey, and good afternoon and good morning to those who are following from the US. Thank you for the invite to speak at this conference. I'm Flavio Giudice, space and astronautical engineer by background, and I've been working on space for NATO since 2016. First at Shape J3 and now at NCIA in The Hague on operation support. In these last 6 years, I've been collaborating with NATO HQ, the strategic commands, the nations on many aspects related to space. As mentioned, from the development of policies to space support in operation, NATO exercises, and now on the implementation of space as an operational domain. As a direct player, I will be glad to provide you with an overview of NATO approach in this domain, as well as a view on future challenges driven by emerging technologies. As you know, space has received increasing attention in NATO in the last years, especially after it was recognized as an operational domain in 2018. However, space is not new to NATO, and even the NATO space policy, which was discussed very broadly on internet, is not really the first NATO policy on space matter. NATO as an organization has been working on space since the 60s and owning satellites since the 70s. More specifically, NCIA has operated NATO satellites until 2015, and still today we operate satellite ground station and the satellite center. Currently, though, NATO doesn't own any satellite, but receive data, products, and services, mostly from the nations, sometimes on voluntary basis, and sometimes based on formal agreements. However, given the technological advancement of the last 10 years, I would say, in the future this approach could change towards a more balanced mix of national and commercial capabilities. For NATO, space is a critical force enabler, which serves all the other operational domain. In particular, the space domain includes 6 functional areas, as we call them. And I will start from SATCOM, satellite communication, that allows beyond line of sight command and control, including, for instance, the RPA operations, operation of remotely piloted aircraft like NATO AGS that flies from Sicily. Then we use intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance satellites for intel collection over areas of interest where without the need for overflight authorization. Then the third functional area is PNT, positioning, navigation, and timing, which is provided by the US with GPS and is critical for friendly force tracking and navigation, synchronization of systems, including SATCOM itself, and targeting, and I'm thinking, for example, of precision-guided munitions. Then we have METOC, which is meteorology and oceanography. We use weather satellite for weather forecast. And when I talk about weather, I mean both terrestrial and space weather. Space situational awareness is critical for force protection because it's intended within NATO as the knowledge of the position of space objects. And last but not least, the shared early warning capability for missile defense. So this is just to say that, to highlight that NATO and NATO nations highly rely on space. And this reliance is expected to grow as performance of space services improves. So if space support were to be denied, the level of warfare would downgrade, and the resources necessary to achieve the desired end state will increase dramatically, as well as the risk to personnel, both military personnel and civilian. And talking about civilian, the disruption of space services would affect also this sector, the civilian sector, will have significant political, psychological, and economic consequences. And this is even more true in NATO countries, given the pervasive use of space services, especially in the future after the 5G and Internet of Things will be more spread. So in this sense, space must be seen as a military center of gravity, and as such should be defended. NATO's dependency upon space indeed drives potential adversary to continue developing counter-space capabilities, as they recognize that space superiority is a strategic advantage. But threats are not only anti-satellite weapons, they are also wrong behavior in space. In this sense, NATO is assessing legal consideration to address this issue. But I won't talk about this today because I will rather focus on technology aspects which are closer to my daily work. As you know, space is experiencing a paradigm shift from big satellites owned by a nation, often considered a valuable target by potential adversaries, to constellation of hundreds or even thousands of small satellites, which will be mostly in low Earth orbit and will be more resilient, easily replaceable, and less vulnerable to certain types of threats. These new space constellations are mostly owned by commercial companies and will allow new application, I would say. I'm thinking about, for example, real-time persistent global coverage for ISR with resolutions that will go as low as few centimeters, depending on the decision of the legislator on this matter, but most likely it will be the case. I'm thinking about high throughput SATCOM over areas of interest that today are not really well served by SATCOM, like the Arctic region. Commercial navigation already today there are capabilities that are for some aspect less jammable than governmental. And space-based signal intelligence is another example of a capability that today is available commercially, but was exclusive to a few nations just 2 or 3 years ago. So everything sounds great, right? However, if on one side this democratization of space will offer great opportunities, on the other side it will also present challenges. It will, for example, imply that state and non-state actors will be able to access service without even owning a satellite. Additionally, to fully exploit the amount of data that will be available from space, it will be needed to use more and more artificial intelligence and machine learning. We have to think that today already, with the 3,500 satellites in orbit, there are not enough analysts to exploit the imagery available. And with the number of satellites forecasted to reach 100,000 by the end of this decade, orbital traffic management will be crucial, especially with the introduction of satellites capable of performing orbital maneuvers autonomously. Not only this, given that, as mentioned before, the majority of these satellites will be in low Earth orbit, the competition over the spectrum will increase, potentially creating also even tensions between the nations. So we have to think that LEO orbits, so low Earth orbits, are less regulated than the geostationary orbit. So, for example, there is no international regulator of orbital slots. And to make things even more complicated, the majority of satellites will be owned by private companies Today, SpaceX already owns 25% of the operational satellite, and Amazon invests in space as much as France. So commercial actors are now the primary stakeholders in space. And therefore, one of the main challenges will be to identify a framework for space governance that takes into account this shift. Space, as we know, is a shared domain, and action by one actor can have long-lasting consequences for all. Therefore, a truly global approach is needed to make space reliable and predictable. And here, I think that is where NATO can play a role. So, given this increasing criticality of space systems for both military and civilian application, NATO decided to approve the overarching space policy and recognize space as the fifth operational domain. These decisions were taken to strengthen NATO deterrence posture, better integrate space in the operational planning process, and address legal aspects, but most importantly, to prepare the alliance to face these future challenges. It should be noted, I think this is the most important point, is that having technological superiority, which NATO today has, the NATO nation have, doesn't correspond necessarily to having strategic advantage. The strategic advantage is given by the ability to integrate new technology into the military architecture and to do it faster than adversaries. So for NATO, in order to maintain this strategic advantage, the alliance needs to speed up the mechanism to employ new technologies in operations. That's the reason why NATO is coordinating actions with the nations to ensure the right level of provision of space services. And in particular, I can speak for the agency that I work for. NCIA is constantly collaborating with the nations and the industry and investigating new capabilities and commercial partners with their commercial partners. The agency is managing investment today worth 2 billion euros only for space. These are for providing SATCOM to the alliance through our ground stations. But not limited to this, it's not limited to SATCOM. We are also providing space products and services across the other space functional areas. Additionally, as NATO CIS provider, the agency develops application and systems that guarantee the integration of these space products and services into NATO's architecture, ensuring interoperability between NATO and national system. And this is something of great importance because it happens very often. The national services are not compatible with each other or with the system used by NATO. So we can say that NCIA is the technological hub for space in NATO. And that's why we are following from very close this evolution of space technology, because we need to maintain the alliance at the technological edge to guarantee the best service delivery. NCIA has the responsibility to ensure that NATO is enabled to operate in the space domain. We don't do operation by ourselves, but we enable the operators to do their work, to respond promptly to threats and capitalize on new technology opportunities. This is something that we do constantly, looking at current operation, of course, but also looking at the future in the long term. For example, by integrating space capabilities into the AFSC, the Alliance Future Surveillance Capability, which is the program that aims at replacing NATO AWACS after 2035. So pretty long term, I would say. So in conclusion, as the space ecosystem evolves, NATO also adapts to this change, keeps organizing itself to better defend the alliance with, for example, a new space center in Ramstein, coordinating space domain awareness with the nations and the most relevant entities, and soon also with the Space Center of Excellence in France. And CIA in this ecosystem contributes by leading the technological effort. And I would like to conclude by saying that despite what was written on internet, a secure space domain is the real aim of NATO. Guaranteeing a reliable space domain is a win for all, not only for NATO. And I will stop here because I could speak forever, but I think that my time is over. So I will be glad to answer your question at the end of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. Dennis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
I will check is it working when I share the presentation? Okay, perfect. So first at all, I would like to thank the Atlantic Forum for having inviting me and the SATSEN to this conference and to the space panel. It's a pleasure, an honor, and also a great opportunity to exchange on the value of space to support security in the EU, but also around the world, I think. So in this presentation, I propose to bring a kind of insight of what we are doing at the EU Satellite Center, and also in cooperation with the Copernicus program. I will say a few words about Copernicus. So a brief tour d'horizon of our activities. And I would like to start with the fact it's that today, and I think for everybody, space is a strategic issue. And this has been, highlighted by the High Representative Josep Borrell at the European Space Conference in Brussels last year. In fact, the EU has a solid track record to act together through different components, Copernicus, the Earth observation program, Galileo, navigation system, and also through the EU Satellite Center, which is a geospatial intelligence asset for the EU. So let's enter a little bit more into the details of the SATSEN. We are an intergovernmental agency serving EU common foreign and security policy. The agency is located near Madrid in Spain, and our mission is to support the decision-making and action of the European Union in the field of common and foreign security policy, in particular the common security and defense policy, including, and that's important, the European Union crisis management missions and operation. And we do this, we provide the support via products and services resulting from the exploitation of space assets, which include, of course, satellite imagery, aerial imageries, and related service. So we have a very long-standing experience, more than 25 years, in geospatial intelligence, which we could put under security from space. But also, more recently, or even for already some years, we are also developing service related to security in space, such as space surveillance and tracking, to ensure, of course, the security of our satellites, which are critical assets for the EU citizens and for our security also. So that's a very important point. So our core activity is geospatial intelligence, but we are also very much involved, and it's going along with training, capability development, including research and innovation, as well as information technologies. We are working, of course, like many others, on artificial intelligence, deep learning, big data, and any other methods, emerging technologies that could support our work. And we are cooperating with the EU and international partners, and I will come back to this later. So now looking at the products and service we deliver, those on these slides, of course, are not sensitive. They have been sanitized, but we are also handling classified data. And here you can see some example of what we are doing, for example, in the activities such as supporting counter weapons of mass destruction, our support to the Frontex agency in the analysis of refugees camp, and the support to the EU NAVFOR-MED operation, which is now the IRINI operation, in fact, on the implementation of the UN arms embargo on Libya through the use of aerial satellites and maritime assets. So we support strongly IRINI today. And regarding the demand from our users, we've noted a quite important increase through the years, and the impact of the pandemic, in fact, has not lowered the demand. At the contrary, we saw an increase, and we believe that we can link this to the fact that the lack of mobility on the ground have suscitated increasing needs for remote geospatial intelligence. So, very important to highlight also that everything is done in cooperation with our key partner in the EU, such as the European Commission, of course, through the EU Space Programme, Copernicus, Space Surveillance and Tracking, cooperation with the agencies, Frontex, EMSA, the European Fishery Agency also, and also participation in the Research and Innovation Horizon 2020, now Horizon Europe program. And we have arrangement with the European Defence Agencies, European Space Agency. We are participating in the group of Earth observation, etc. So cooperation is really key for us. We have cooperation in research and innovation, but also operational cooperation. And we do not have yet formalized a cooperation with NATO, but I would like to underline that the SATSEN legal framework specifically enable to cooperate with NATO. NATO is mentioned in our Council decision in the different partners which we could establish cooperation. So the door is open for future cooperation. So now I would like to say a few words on a very important new feature in the European Union. It's the EU Space Programme. The EU Space Programme will develop through 2021-2027, and there are a lot of good news. First is that the budget is more than 14 billion euros, so it's an important budget which will enable really to go ahead in this so strategic area of space. The second good news, I would say, is that it's bringing together within a common framework programs that were separated before and which are extremely strategic, such as the navigation, Galileo program, Earth observation, Copernicus, satellite situational awareness, and space situational awareness, and GovSatcom. Also to be highlighted that the program clearly includes in its objectives to enhance safety, the security of the Union and its member states, reinforce its autonomy, in particular in terms of technology, and we have also evidence-based and independent decision-making. So I think a big step forward in this strategic area of space for the European Union. And at this point, I would like also to highlight the excellent continuity at high level and under high-level stakeholders' leadership in the EU. This is reflected in the declaration of the High Representative Josep Borrell, the Satellite Center Director Sorin Ducaru, Director General DG DEFIT at the Commission, and Mr. Thierry Breton. And all are strengthening our capacity in the EU and with Copernicus to act together for the benefit of the EU citizens and for the benefit of the policies. SATCEN being entrusted with a key part of those objectives, which is to support the EU external action. So some details about Copernicus, but in entering into what at the role of SATCEN there. I think it's important to highlight that Copernicus is a system of systems, including several components. The space component, of course, with dedicated satellites, which are the Sentinel satellites, not very high resolution, but can be used in security as complementary data. And also all the contributing mission, where you will find all the commercial satellites, for example, with a very high resolution, up to 50 centimeters, very useful for the security service. So it's quite a broad program, providing service from atmosphere monitoring up to security, and SATCEN is of course in particular involved in the security pillar of Copernicus. So Copernicus is supporting many EU policies, providing decision-making for the key challenge that the European Union is facing: climate change, maritime environment, disasters, and security. And in the security pillar, we have three services: border surveillance, maritime surveillance, and support to EU external action. SATCEN has been entrusted to operate the Copernicus service in support to external action and is also involved in a border surveillance through a partnership. We have a strong partnership with Frontex. So let's say a few words about border surveillance. Border surveillance is provided through Frontex, and the service are delivered to member states authorities such as the Border and Coast Guard. And here SATCEN is providing several services, 6 operational services ranging from quite monitoring of pre-frontier and coastal areas, but also several mapping service and also analytical assessment of migration. Now I go to the service that the Satellite Center has been entrusted within Copernicus, which is a Copernicus SEA, support to external action. So this service includes support to common foreign and security policy and to the security and defense policy of the Union. It's fully operational today. It's a geointelligence service. And if you want more information, I will give you quickly the key information on the service, but I encourage you really to visit the website. Here you will find the full details of the service, and you will be also, if you are interested for using the service, you can also contact through the website the EU Satellite Center. So to resume, today we are providing service in 6 domains: support to humanitarian aid, rule of law, stability and resilience for development, security of the EU citizens abroad, crisis, conflict and critical assets, and also cultural heritage. And I can illustrate with these figures the strong support the service is providing today. First at all, we have been activated by our users already more than 350 times, delivering more than 700 products over 66 countries areas. And you can notice obviously that those areas where the service has delivered the most are outside the European Union, where conflict, instability and unrest are present. You can also notice that there is a balanced user by the service, by Common Foreign and Defense Policy missions and operations, the member states, and the EU External Action Service. Here, you will find two practical examples. The first one is more related to the environmental compliance, environmental crime, which is very important. It shows support to a user in controlling illegal waste management using the analysis and change detection based on high-resolution satellite imagery over illegal landfill. And this is a pilot project we are currently developing for a member state. The second one is more external action oriented. It's addressing the evaluation of damage after a conflict outside the European Union. In this case, it's the analysis in Cameroon of an area where human rights violations were occurring. So these products provide actionable decision-making intelligence to support the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Human Affairs. So that's just two examples. We already provided more than 700 products, but it's two examples focused on two different areas, such as I would say environment and also a conflict. So this is my last slide, and it's would like to share a little bit what we are foreseeing for the future. We are now at the beginning of the new phase of Copernicus within the EU space program, and we will take benefit of this new phase to enter into the evolution of Copernicus support to external action. So we plan to address a new area, very strategic for the EU, such as climate and security, as well as pandemic mitigation and monitoring. And we want to address also the needs regarding the nexus between internal security and external security. So some areas have been widened. For example, the security of the EU citizen is not only considered outside the European Union, but also within the European Union in the future. So it's quite evident that those area policies need support with high quality geospatial intelligence, and the SATSEN expertise with a partnership with Copernicus is definitely a key asset for the EU and for the member states to address those future challenges. So with this, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I keep available for any question.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Brendan, the floor is yours. You'll have a very interesting topic on Chinese space capabilities.
I think I don't have sound in return.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey's on mute.
Okay.
Apologies. Brendan, the floor is yours. You'll have a very fascinating presentation on Chinese space capabilities. Please enlighten us.
Great. Well, thanks. Good afternoon and good morning, depending on where you are in the world. I'd like to thank the Atlantic Forum for the invitation to talk today. First, I'll give the quick disclaimer that while my day job is the director of the China Aerospace Studies Institute, today the views are, of course, my own and don't reflect the policies of the U.S. government necessarily, but are based on the reading the material that comes out of China as well as other countries as well. So as we all know, and we've talked about today, access to space has great economic and scientific and military advantages and advancements to all the nations that have been able to achieve it. Previously a small club, but growing and growing, as we've already talked about today. So primarily that meant the Soviet Union and the United States and their allies in partnership. But as technology has advanced and access to space has become more affordable, nations like China and India have really pushed to enter the previously elite club and gained a lot of those same benefits, while potentially weakening or eliminating some of the advantages that the United States, NATO, and Europe held for a long time. So China's space ambitions are no secret. And while China's been a space power for decades and has built up an inventory of over 350 satellites in orbit since its first launch, it's really seen a resurgence in this in the 21st century and a continued expansion under General Secretary Xi Jinping. This includes not only China's ambitious scientific exploration programs that we've seen going to the dark side of the moon, returning Earth samples back to Earth, et cetera, but also in the commercial and the military realm as well. Over the course of the last decade or so, China has emerged as a major space power, and since 2009 has consistently launched more than 10 rockets a year, reaching an all-time high of 32 in 2019. And this is while only 15 of the 29 NATO countries actually operate satellite. So China, in fact, recently just launched a reusable space plane that they launched from their Jiuquan launch center. So this is a fairly large achievement and shows just the amount of development that the Chinese space program has undergone. All of this is really meant to enable China to expand its ability to project power in all meanings of that word, right? Economic, diplomatic, and military around the world and farther from China than it ever has before. China hasn't released its space great power strategy yet, but projects such as the National Civil Space Infrastructure Mid- and Long-Term Development Plan and the Space-Earth Integrated Network Information Mega Project point to a resilient system of systems that will allow data sharing between space, air, sea, and ground assets, including unmanned vehicles, which is obviously new for all of us, for both economic and defense purposes. And I continue to talk about the duality of both of those, right? So there's economic and scientific purposes, but they are closely tied to defense and security. The Mega Project is an integrated network that will support 4 application areas. So that includes spacecraft, guided missiles, near space flight vehicles, as well as, like I said, the UAVs. On the defense side, China's 2019 Defense White Paper specifically highlighted space as one of the most important arenas for comprehensive national power. China realizes that space spans the gamut from scientific to commercial and defense and military, and calls space a, quote, critical domain in international strategic competition. So those are China's words and how they're describing it. So when we talk about the space program in China, we have to understand that all aspects of it serve the Communist Party of China, the CCP. And we can't make the clear distinctions that would otherwise be the norm in Western democracies throughout Europe. Indeed, China sees space as critical to all aspects of its national security. And that same white paper said that outer space security provides strategic assurance for national and social development. So they're all tied to the ability of China to develop and maintain and utilize the advantages that come from the national space program. And we have to remember that in the PRC, it's the Communist Party that controls the levers of government, military, as well as the economic sector. And in fact, even if a sector or technology isn't controlled or dominated by a state-owned enterprise, even some of the commercial companies are obligated to assist in the construction of the Chinese state, and they do this through a thing called the Military Civil Fusion System. CASI released a report on MCF, and the impact is wide-ranging. And in fact, in a journal article in 2017, a Chinese Academy of Sciences academician highlighted this very dual-use characteristic of space-based information network, noting that the development of the position, navigation, and timing sensing system can significantly advance military-civil fusion. And he underscored the project's enormous economic potential as well as the national security implications. So it's really been a long time since the United States and its NATO allies and partners faced a real challenge in space. For nearly half a century, it was really only the Soviet Union that challenged us in any meaningful way for control or freedom of use. And even that was relatively mitigated. Indeed, neither the Soviets or Russia now, or the US until recently, gave much consideration to the vulnerabilities of space-based capabilities, and always kind of believed that the advantages far outweighed these vulnerabilities. This led to program and acquisition decisions that resulted in large, exquisite, but very expensive space systems that were designed to last decades. And the full prowess of U.S. space supported capabilities was shown during Desert Storm, where space-based GPS enabled precision targeting day or night, constant reliable communications and information flows back and forth, real-time intelligence. And the U.S. and our allies were really able to decimate what was the world's sixth largest military very rapidly. So by many accounts, this was actually the shock that prompted Jiang Zemin, who was then General Secretary of the Communist Party, into action, and this is what resulted in the great push for PLA's modernization. 3 decades of that modernization effort have really led to the creation of the People's Liberation Army's Strategic Support Force, which focuses on what Xi Jinping calls the, quote, new commanding heights of modern warfare, and that's space. And it's safe to say that its U.S. and its allies and partners now face a near-peer or peer competitor. In November 2019, as we talked about, NATO recognized space as an operational domain, declaring it similar to air, land, and sea, and it's now recognized as essential to the alliance's defense and deterrence, which is important to underline there. This coincided with an increasing commitment to space by several NATO members, in particular France, the UK, and Germany. But Chinese military strategists believe that the best way to deter or defeat adversaries in modern warfare would be to hold at risk its space assets, precisely because the U.S. and our allies have become to rely on them so heavily, because they do deliver such a decisive advantage to NATO forces. Few powers are able to do this effectively, but China is one of them. To quote the U.S. Defense Space Strategy, China has weaponized space as a means to reduce U.S. and allied military effectiveness and challenge our freedom of operation in space. So what kind of programs does China have? The answer I like to give is all of them. In the military, we like to talk about the kill chain, and this is the idea that a specific munition that must be defeated or protected against isn't the sole issue, but rather all the links in the chain that allow that specific munition to find, fix, and kill its intended target. This includes sensors to detect and identify. It includes the command and control to make the decision as to whether to launch or not, when to launch, and what platform to launch from, as well as any guidance or navigation that's enabled to require the mission to reach its target. And on today's battlefield, nearly all aspects of that chain rely on space in part or in whole, and that's true throughout the NATO alliance. China's views on space as part of this space as part of this kill chain as well. It's not only a domain of warfare, but it's part of the entire system of information systems, which is how they conceptualize this competition. That's not to say that the physical assets of space aren't important, but even more important sometimes are the data flows that go to and from space. And while we like to talk about anti-satellite or ASAT weapons, really a better description is counterspace. And that's because that uses this idea of the kill chain to examine all of the ways that a nation could threaten or attack or defeat another space-enabled power. So, of course, there's the traditional ASAT weapons we talked about, which are missiles launched from the Earth targeting assets in space. And we saw one that China tested in 2007, and India tested one just a decade later. There's co-orbital ASAT systems. These are space-based assets, typically maneuvering satellites that can move in such ways to disrupt, physically harm, or even destroy another satellite. We've seen recent activity by a Russian satellite that very easily could have been a test for this system, and China has these same systems as well. In fact, one of those possible systems was on open display at the 2018 Zhuhai Air Show, and I got a pretty good picture of it. So we know that China has these, and they're openly discussing their use. But there's also non-kinetic methods that can cause damage to space assets, like high-power microwave weapons, which can destroy the circuits within the satellite and the system, but leave the exterior physically intact, blinding or dazzling with a laser. And these can be both temporary or permanent, which is really depending on what the attacker wants to accomplish, and they have the potential benefit of being plausibly deniable. China has plenty of systems focused on electronic warfare, include jamming of satellites to or from the satellite, which could be reversible or permanent, as well as spoofing the position navigation and timing, which China has today. And of course, there's cyber attacks. which could target all of those data systems by using and uploading malicious code, the ground stations that are used for telemetry tracking and control, as well as skipping the space-based parts altogether and simply targeting the end users and their equipment. Because again, it's the data flows back and forth from space that we rely on. So if we look at the 2000 edition of the Science of Campaigns, which is a textbook put out by the Chinese Academy of Military Science, it concludes that to cripple or destroy the enemy's information system would drastically degrade the enemy's combat capabilities by making it blind, deaf, or paralyzed. So developing the capability to degrade an enemy's reconnaissance capabilities early in the stages of conflict appears to be a major priority for these Chinese planners. This will rely on precise tracking of enemy satellites. China's ground segment, and particularly the space situational awareness component, will play a vital role in Chinese military space operations. So what does this mean for NATO planners? It means that space is no longer the sanctuary that it once was. And indeed, many of the systems and the systems of systems that we've come to rely so heavily on for modern warfare since the 1990s may well not be available or not be as reliable as we've counted on for decades. Commanders and operators at all levels need to understand the impact of this issue and to develop tactics, techniques, procedures, doctrine, and most importantly, training that takes this into account. To date, only one NATO ally, France, has publicly stated the intention to develop counter-space weapons. And so this is an issue that we need to talk about as we go forward. Moreover, certain space capabilities operated by Europe are not under NATO command, as we just heard, right? So that the Galileo satellite system, for example, is operated by the EU, which includes some NATO allies, but also has non-NATO countries as well. And the Space Surveillance Tracking Service it has 8 members and 51 sensors, which includes, again, some but not all NATO allies, and not all of them, all the member countries are NATO allies. So just something to think about. So quickly, let's talk about how China views and uses space situational awareness. The ground segment for China's space programs has expanded dramatically. The last 10 years have seen remarkable growth in the number and the sophistication of these ground stations needed to support China's scientific and defense-related space programs. This includes those within China, as well as an expanding network, which includes some NATO countries and allies and partners. So examination of commercial satellite imagery of stations built prior to the period has seen an expansion of their capabilities through antennas and other infrastructure. New stations have been set up, existing stations have been expanded, and based on simply the public plans, this momentum seems likely to continue. As technology improves, and especially high-quality optics, as we heard about earlier, as well as more powerful lasers become cheaper, there's likely to be a shift in the shape of China's space infrastructure. So worldwide, there's an ongoing shift away from the large, expensive stations that I talked about to networks of small but cheap optical or radar satellite tracking stations become more popular. These stations will not reduce the need for those large installations, which are necessary for deep space missions. But it will mean that China can build easily redundant and highly accurate systems to track satellites as well as space debris. The ground segment is largely operated by the People's Liberation Army. The organization believed to operate the majority of China's space ground infrastructure is the Satellite Launch and Tracking Control Systems Department. It manages China's space tracking network and its launch centers. And while outwardly portrayed as an independent civilian organization, there's strong indications that it is a major component of, or potentially synonymous with, the Strategic Support Forces Space Systems Department. A fundamental reason for China's ground segment is to help China maintain space situational awareness. The PLA, and specifically the Strategic Support Force Space Systems Department, plays a major role in launch, tracking, command, and long-term operations. As the PLA continues to modernize its path toward informatization and eventually intelligentization, right? We talked about all the information coming and how we're going to need AI and big computer power to help develop that. Space systems will continue to play an even greater role, necessitating the PLA's continued involvement in both the defense and the civilian space infrastructure programs. Many components of this segment are involved by providing SSA, from avoiding detection of enemy satellites to maintaining communications with key satellite relays, and it's an important factor in any country's ability to prosecute and win wars in the future. Military early warning radars, which scan the skies for incoming missiles, also provide information on objects in low Earth orbit, such as satellites and debris. China is also developing space-based SSA assets. These include the Tianlian series of data relay satellites, which China has launched in part to help improve communications and reduce reliance on foreign tracking stations. The first in this constellation was launched in January 2003, the second in 2008, and the system reached an initial global coverage with the third in 2012. The second generation was launched in 2019, and all of these satellites sit in geostationary orbit and operate very similarly to those ground stations, but they offer significantly better coverage without some of the challenges of a ground-based system. Finally, we need to emphasize that SSA has military implications. Identifying a reconnaissance satellite's orbit can provide sufficient time to take measures to conceal sensitive systems, for personnel to camouflage themselves from visual, infrared, or radar sensors. And most worryingly, precise characterization of an orbit is also vital to conducting attacks against that satellite, whether kinetic or a jamming attack or dazzling attacks. Access to ground stations also provides the potential for hacking attacks through connections used to those satellites. Network databases of imagery and other data collected from satellites are also very vulnerable to these hacking attacks. As one Chinese article put it, SSA is the continuous preparation of the battle space in order to fight and win a war in space. So we see even when nominally civil or for safety reasons, China sees ways to leverage it for military purposes. And in order to mitigate the risk from debris, in 2015, the Chinese Academy of Sciences set up the Space Debris Monitoring and Application Center. This is set up by SASTN, which is the parent organization of their version of NASA, the CNSA, as well as the National Astronomical Observatory, which jointly manages the center. And it's believed to be the leading organization in charge of China's space debris avoidance system. It provides early warning and analysis for more than 100 of Chinese satellites tracking space debris, maintaining an independent catalog of all objects in space. But the announcement of the center's establishment also noted that it can monitor not only debris, but things much larger, such as missiles, satellites, and high-speed aircraft. And this is in China's own words. So in other words, this center has both civilian and military functions. In peacetime, it provides situational awareness of Chinese satellites in orbit. And in wartime, it can provide early warning and coordinates for the People's Liberation Army to destroy any of these targets. So to quickly summarize, space is no longer the sanctuary it once was. Politicians and military planners alike need to realize that and take this into account when making policy, acquisition, and operational decisions. China is now a near-peer competitor in space with a rapidly expanding capability to close the advantage gap that the US, NATO, and even Russia has enjoyed for decades. They view this as the new strategic high ground and as a critical domain in international strategic competition, and their space programs are either controlled by or made available to the armed wing of the Communist Party, which is the People's Liberation Army, largely through the Strategic Support Force. And China realizes the vast importance of space situational awareness and understands that even civil, commercial, and scientific aspects have military applications. So with that, we'll leave it there and leave time for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. Now I would like to introduce our final panelist, Julia Baum, who is a PhD student in Freeman Air and Space Institute in the School of Security Studies, King's College London. Her research examines the UK's space posture and assesses the UK's approach towards space policy making in the new space age. Julia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thanks to the Atlantic Forum for having me on the panel. Space domains states quite thrilling and full of opportunity. And as the last speaker, I'll try to wrap it up quickly and try to maintain your enthusiasm. But as a researcher and PhD candidate at King's, I'll be speaking more as an academic and on the developments of the UK because that's my expertise. But it does have a lot to relate to NATO and the space security environment at large. No actor in space operates in isolation, and it's this recognition of how sustainable access to space rests at the core of space power. So to first speak briefly on the recent developments in the UK, there's been quite a lot of action worth discussing, and just to bullet point a few, the 2021 Integrated Review recently outlined that space is taking a front seat in scientific enthusiasm and investment moving forward. And then in 2020, Director of Space to the Ministry of Defense, and in April 2021, a newly established Space Command and Command. The formation of the National Space Council in 2020 and the Space Landscape Review in 2020, assessing how space is governed across HMG. And this is just to quickly name a few recent developments in the UK alone. An ambitious medium-level space power, as some like to say, though this terminology is quite contested, and feel free to ask in the Q&A if you want to elaborate on tier terminology and language. But to go back to the UK Space Command, this was established on April 1st, really only 9 days ago, demonstrating coherence across UK space. The command is still in its early informative stage, and there's a lot to come in the next few years. If you're curious what the command's intent is, they posted it on Twitter, and it's worth it to have a glance if you're interested. But I'd also like to note here that the US Space plans yesterday to establish a Space Systems Command in LA for technologies and satellite launch services. This will oversee about 10,000 people redesignated from the Space and Missile Systems Center. So this is another major shift in Space Command structure. And just to go back to the UK, with Air Vice Marshal Harvey Smith appointed as the director of space, these new roles that are demonstrating active attention to the ways in which countries, particularly as I'm discussing the UK, want to position themselves as a space power, and for the UK in a post-Brexit world. And this is a world now where cooperation and collaboration are championed, while sovereignty in certain respects is recognized as something of uncontested value. And these are also emboldened through Brexit, as there are now Brexit-informed approaches to asset building through more sovereign approaches, demonstrated most keenly, as Brendan had mentioned, with Galileo, and now the UK trying to set up OneWeb to be horizon with Galileo. Galileo being Europe's global navigation and satellite system, providing civilian-controlled position accuracy. With Brexit, the security sharing terms and conditions now have changed. The UK remains a member of the European Space Agency. There's a different security interaction between Europe and Britain that has shifted, and the UK has to pour effort into another Galileo with sovereignty at the crux of the forward to with OneWeb moving forward, though. But it makes us really look that, Brexit is very real. The UK is still a member of ESA, and while this does require a reshuffle of security space assets, it does encourage a degree of sovereignty and other alliance and partnership building. And I personally think that the ways that the UK and the US are looking to collaborate in, say, space situational awareness is a great start moving forward, especially with Five Eyes to build secure communications, share information, and coordinate actions for interoperability at its core. So this really demonstrates that it's necessary to have resilience across political and governmental change. Priorities change, this we know, but investment in space must be strategic in order to ensure longevity. Also, to point out one more point of the UK space program, with launch at the center of UK space discourse and ambitions at the moment, it's clear that industry incentives such as closing up the chain and prioritizing resilience in the UK is at the forefront. And this is a business model that also acknowledges how civil and commercial are ways that the UK must approach a webbed space national posture. No space asset that operates in isolation to another. And this type of coordination isn't easy, but it's necessary to communicate motivations, needs, and wants across the UK space sector. And this includes commercial, civil, government, and military engagement. So to now take a bit of a divergence, but still on the same track, I just want to briefly touch on space security. A more universal concern, but it's something of grave importance when talking about investments in space assets and space development. I mean, there is very little reason to invest in something which can break easy or destroy. And the most grave threat to assets in our skies is orbital debris, a very hot topic at the moment, but for very good reason. I mean, just 2 days ago, tracking brought attention to a potential collision of two inactive space objects that would have generated over 4 million fragments. OPS 6182, a meteorological satellite, and SL8RB, a rocket body, missed by under 10 meters, a scaled probability of 20%. And these types of occasions are only set to increase as we put more satellites in orbit. It's also that we could run out of space in space. The situation with increasing satellite launch is that there's now extreme competition for real estate in orbit, With mega constellations and increased launch, the amount of parking spots in space proves to be finite, with asymmetric infinite ambition. And on the commercial side, with, say, Musk and Bezos entering space in such massive quantity, clutter and even more congestions to come with mega constellations and increasing launches. And this begs for responsible activity in space, hence the UK's recent push for the UN resolution on responsible behaviors in space. But to note, ambitious move. It's also quite ambiguous and difficult to pin down a common assessment of what exactly defines responsible behavior. And the one thing that's consistent is a universal agreement that orbital debris would render the space environment inoperable. Orbital debris has a very real potential to degrade the environment and render it useless if action isn't taken to monitor and regulate uses of the orbital highway. Of course, the first step many are taking is to enhance space domain awareness, SDA and SSA, to ensure we actually know what's out there in order to categorize threat levels and predict accurately. Small paint chips, for instance, are incredibly small debris rendered untraceably dangerous and destructive. But it's in nobody's favor to destroy this environment. And I often quote the proverb, "Don't poison the well from which you drink," but it's fitting to use this as in a congested environment. And I suppose, to bring a bit of academic devil's advocate, we can't assume that everyone's dependence and valuation of space together, and that space infrastructure threatened by debris is a consistent threat to each operating space power. This makes the omnipresent responsible behavior quite difficult to pin down through common language, approaches, ambitions, reliance on others, and individual motivations. For example, the US tends to see counter-space weapons as a one-way street. Once used, it's very difficult to bounce back from that type of escalation. While China, on the other hand, escalation that can dial up and down. I guess a reference that I could make would be the 2007 anti-satellite test on their weather satellite, which still has tons of debris in orbit. So our lenses and approaches differ, which is why discussions and communications need to be held between powers to ensure the environment remains operable. Actors' space ambitions are multifaceted and diverse, and we can't assume that every post-Cold War emerging space power wants to become the next US, Russia, or China. It costs a lot to participate, and cooperation and collaboration fills these gaps for many countries looking to expand space presence in smaller degrees than others. So the main threat for space security would be orbital debris. Rendering orbit, especially low Earth orbit, into a cosmic junkyard would hold catastrophic consequences for any country reliant upon weather satellites, atomic clocks, banking, communication, as well as effective defense, crisis response, and disaster relief. So, while we invest in the assets in our skies, the pertinent issue in security is the longevity and resilience of these assets. Sustainable space is the bedrock for a thriving space economy, but without continued and accessible operations, space assets that we choose to invest in will not be worth very much. I mean, there's a lot more to say about what best practice should be in orbit, but the truth is we're really at a formative stage where everything is currently quite flexible. We have time to change our approaches and make strategy more sustainable before we cross that debris line of no return. And as just to touch briefly on other counter-space weapons, that can certainly be raised in the Q&A. Brendan touched on it briefly with anti-satellite kinetic, non-kinetic, but when discussing national approaches to space power and acquisition, costs for counter-space weapons are quite low. Dual-use technologies make it increasingly difficult to attribute adequate assessments of intent and determining adequate threat perceptions. Because technology is technology, what shifts it and what makes it a higher use. So this is the complicated symphony that is the space age today, and it's all mixed into the bucket of opportunities and threats that we have to get better acquainted with moving forward. And as I mentioned, this is a formative stage. We don't really have many examples for space activity or events, and theory tends to connect back to sea or land domains due to a lack of specific and sufficient theory for space itself. But these will all develop in the coming years, and there's a lot of space to grow. So I'll leave this here, and hopefully we have some time for Q&A left. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Sorry, just give me a moment. Let's start with the first question. Flavio, not many countries or not many members in the NATO alliance have comprehensive space capabilities, for example, compared to the US or France. Within the alliance, how do you cooperate with NATO members that do not have the same space capabilities? They might have some, but not at the same scope. And then how would you even start developing the concepts of interoperability and standardization, especially as some countries use space-based assets for different requirements, multi-domain operations, ISR, and in regard to that, NATO is a consensus-based organization?
Thank you for this question. Well, I think that this is one of the strength points of for NATO. As was mentioned in by the previous speakers, one of the main aims is to improve the education. So I think that the starting point for developing national capabilities in countries that at the moment have no capability or very, very small capabilities would be to have their military personnel joining NATO exercises or training initiatives. We also have many educational initiatives that are aimed at in improving the knowledge of space systems, their use within NATO, but also more in general. And with respect to norms, standard procedures, standardization, this is definitely a pretty big question. NATO, and especially NATO HQ, of course, is the venue for discussing all these aspects. So, of course, it's putting together the opinion of 30 nations is not easy, but bit by bit, this aim will be definitely achieved. One pro of this, of the fact that there are few countries owning space assets or space capabilities in general, is that it's easier if you think about it. The other countries will follow what these countries are suggesting. So paradoxically, space is, from this point of view, easier than other domains, because many countries are really just following what is advised to them, what the more technologically advanced nations are already have already developed. So it's definitely a debate ongoing, and it will keep growing in the future. But it is a challenge that NATO is definitely ready to face.
Actually, further building on that question, I'll ask, of course, the other panelists, but I want to build on your answer, because we've got varying space capabilities, of course. When we're, say, for example, let's just take an example. If there's a shift of a member's interest, for example, the US focuses its attention to the Pacific, while other NATO members are looking at the traditional threats, eastern flank, southern flank, for example, and then there has to be a priority and allocation of space-based assets, because it's not an infinite number. There's a limited number of space-based assets. Would that pose a challenge for the alliance in the future?
It is definitely a challenge. There are mechanisms already in place to give access, to give command and control to NATO of national assets, including satellites. And I'm thinking about what I can actually say. That the new NATO Space Center in Ramstein is covering also this role, among others. And there is definitely an issue with prioritization, but hopefully the increase of space capabilities, especially on the commercial side,
will ease this issue. We are, I think that among the 6 functional areas that I mentioned in my presentation, the most advanced one within NATO is satellite communications. And for this capability specifically, we have a good mix of national and commercial capabilities. And this is aimed especially at ensuring the service, because nations might have different priorities than NATO's, and while commercial companies base their provision of services on the contract. So if we have an allocated capability, a secure service, then we can really rely on that.
Thank you for the answer. Now next, Dennis, with your job, I assume Flavio has touched upon it. Big data presents a huge challenge. Data collection, processing. How do you overcome the challenges of big data? And has the center also tackled with big data projects? And how can we ensure that data is processed in a timely manner and given to the decision makers? And on top of that, how would AI be the future solution in processing multi-source data?
Sorry. Yes, thank you, Geoffrey. We are involved in several projects, such as in the Horizon 2020 or the Europe program, which are focused on how to tackle this issue of big data, and of course we are implementing progressively methods using big data within platform for processing those data at the satellite center. This is obviously connected also with artificial intelligence, as one of the issue with multiplicity of the data we have to manage today, because we are geospatial intelligence. So our main source of data, of course, is a satellite imagery, very high resolution satellite imagery. But we have to we have also to fuse those data with other sources, which could be data which come from the user, from the field. So in situ data, which could be also social network data, cartographic, topographic data, whatever is available in order to get a better, I would say, analysis on, and to better respond to the question of the user. So yes, we are currently working on platforms which would gather those different flow of data from the different sources, integrated and put them at the disposal of the image analysts, and this using also artificial intelligence in order to ease, I would say, the sorting those data, because it becomes quite difficult for a human and for human analysis to select, to extract, and to analysis. So we really count on big data and artificial intelligence to ease the work of the analyst.
Thank you very much. Now, Brendan, there's a lot of information to process in regards to Chinese space capabilities. However, let's start with one of the key things that we've seen over the past years. The China National Space Administration has been increasing a lot of efforts to bolster its relationship with countries around the world. So I've read that China signed 21 civil space cooperation agreements with 37 countries and 4 international organizations. To one side, we can understand international cooperation and the benefits of information sharing and lessons learned, but would this also increase the risk and vulnerabilities to a potential adversary or a competitor in space when you're sharing sensitive information?
Right, and that's really the crux of the problem that we face is how do you find a way to cooperate on science, which is good for all mankind, but it also has these these dual capabilities, as we and China has explicitly discussed. This is one of the reasons that the U.S. law prohibits NASA from cooperating with China's National Space Administration. Is just because all of these capabilities and technologies are so intertwined, it's really impossible to de-link them. And because the Chinese system is just simply different. It's not better or worse. It's just simply different. And they're able to more easily integrate these things. And so that's really the challenge that we face is how do we find those areas? And it's specifically, it's going to become a bigger and bigger problem, not just scientifically, but commercially. Right, so scientific, you can probably figure out ways to do, missions to Mars or space science that are going to be fairly limited. But once you talk about commercial applications, like Flavia was talking about, communications, imagery, all these things that come online in the commercial realm, how do you separate those out when those are very easily made available to other national defense and security apparatuses? So it's something we're going to continue to struggle with. But it absolutely is a concern because all of that information and those technologies are very easily transferred. Unlike in the past, where we weren't so concerned about you taking a Ford Escort and turning it into a tank. The technologies involved in space are all high tech and all easily transferable from space to science and to commercial and then back to the military.
Thank you very much. A very tough question, unfortunately. Julia, orbital debris. It's a fascinating topic, of course, but are we able to even remove orbital debris or even clean it up? Because I'm imagining the costs will be unbearable for any nation or any international organization.
Actually, a lot of activity happening right now for orbital debris mitigation. Astroscale launched something recently to catch and bring back debris. There are quite a few ambitious programs to start attacking this issue, but I think what I find most complicated about it would be the dual-use technology of it. So you build a satellite that has some sort of robotic arm that can maneuver or grab debris, or a maneuverable satellite that can, once zombie, maneuver itself out of orbit, deorbit itself. That in itself is quite ambiguous, and it is a weapon. So the technologies that we're developing to solve space problems, including debris, I mean, this might be the biggest problem, yes, but the solutions themselves we have to make sure are foolproof before we create more problems than just orbital debris. We put all these robotic maneuverable satellites with fancy gadgets on them that we don't actually know has the potential yet to weaponize, because potential itself is also a weapon. So this is the question. I mean, Reagan back in the day thought about the fishnets, where you could grab it with a fishnet and then sort of fish it back to Earth. But say, for instance, you launch something into space to go collect debris, and on its way to go collect debris, that object itself explodes. Now you've created more debris, but your intent was not to. That complicates the whole activity of debris collection or mitigation itself. So it's tough. It's a thin rope to walk, but I think because we have a lot of attention, especially this year. I mean, 2020, 2021 has been super ambitious for space, that there are a lot of startup companies looking at this issue in particular. And I have a lot more faith in the next year or so that maybe there'll be something that we can create for the debris problem that will also not tread into the waters of weaponization.
Thank you. Now a question for all of you, and this is a very broad question. We've seen that NATO has declared space as its fifth domain of operations in 2019. NATO's Secretary General stated NATO has no intention to put weapons in space. We are a defensive alliance. We've heard from Flavio, NATO wants a secure environment. Now, the big question is, we've seen competition, China, Russia, investing in huge amounts into unconventional weapons, such as the hypersonic missile, for example. And they're looking to find a competitive advantage. However, NATO declaring that space is a fifth domain, is there an inherent risk that adversaries will not interpret NATO's way, that it's going to be even further investing in non-conventional technologies that could trigger a arms race in space? And everyone's feel free to answer.
Well, I would say real quickly, they're already doing it. I don't think NATO recognizing reality is going to change any trajectory. And one of the fundamental problems we have is just simply the words we use and our understanding of what a space weapon is different from those of China, different from those of Russia. You know, and it can be very broad as to anything that affects space, which could include terrestrial. So, is an attack on a ground tracking station? Is that a space weapon? Is malicious code sent up? Is that a space weapon? But I don't think that Russia and China really care one way or the other whether or not NATO recognizes this as a domain or not. They're going to continue doing it because at the end of the day, it's the information and the assets that matter, and it's in their own national interests. So.
Further building on your answer, and anyone could also answer this, do we need to start rethinking the role of deterrence, or what actually, say for example, in NATO there's of course Article 5, but let's take any sort of military action against space-based assets. Would an action against a space-based asset trigger a potential response, and how would that response even look like? And we are also even talking about the concept of attribution. And do we need to completely rethink? Okay, there's a small satellite, it got blown up. Is that do we have to rethink deterrence?
This is a good question. It's $1 million question. It's under discussion at NetHQ. Legal offices are really working hard on this for sure. But I think that, again, NATO has its own mechanism. It was mentioned several times that space is different, and space is actions in space will be considered differently from the legal point of view. Attacking space will be considered differently. I don't think so personally. I think that space will be treated exactly as the other domains. There will be a consultation, and again, this is my personal opinion based on what I heard, and but I'm convinced that the space domain will follow what the cyber domain is doing, the same approach, because the challenges, for example, the attributability is very similar. So probably the decision on whether to apply Article 5 to an attack, in the case of an attack to a space asset, will be based on the consequence to that attack. So if that attack will be comparable to, I mean, if the, let me start over, if the consequence of an attack to a space asset will be comparable to the consequence of a more traditional attack, then probably the nation will agree on Article 5. And this is exactly what happened also with the cyber domain. So, and again, let me stress that this is my personal opinion, is not an official NATO statement.
Of course. And let me get, we're going to do a final round of questions. This is for Brendan. Of course, China, well, the PLA usually manages the China space program, investing in a lot of different aspects such as ISR, SATCOMs, and much more. China has a lot of state-owned civilian and military contractors, as well as Chinese commercial space companies receiving large amounts of investments over the past year. But we've also seen a peculiar shift that China is also trying to decentralize and diversify its space industry. Why is there a shift? Are they trying to increase competitiveness within their own industry?
So I would say they're not necessarily trying to decentralize, but they are indeed trying to grow that and make it more diverse. And the problem that we are challenged with when dealing with this is basically just the transparency of who's behind these companies, what are the companies actually doing. China does not have necessarily the same transparency rules, especially just even on the commercial side for investment that the United States and Europe does. And so these are challenges to find out who are the actual stakeholders, where is the information, where is the funding coming from, and where are those information going back to. But China absolutely sees the space economy as a huge and growing sector, and they want a part of it. The question is, how do they disentangle it? Military civil fusion is a state policy. The Chinese government just recently promulgated opinions on improving the party work within commercial companies. So each private company, regardless if it has a state-owned enterprise as a backer or not, is required to have a Communist Party cell, which basically functions as a shadow board, if you will. And so these are all the kinds of things that we're doing. But I don't think I would characterize it at all as decentralizing. But they are certainly trying to expand the reach and the number. And just real quickly on the previous question, the only other things that I would think about are, space-based assets are largely unmanned. We're assuming it's not going to be an attack on a space station, but on a satellite. And this is the same problem we're facing with drones, right? So the Iranians shot down a drone, but President Trump called off an attack on a physical location that had launched from the drone because potentially we were going to lose human life over that. And he didn't think that that was worth jeopardizing human life over something that wasn't human. And certainly space, although far more expensive than a drone, is going to have those same problems. And then as Julia has outlined, the problem with attacking something in space, because of an attack in space, you create more of that same debris, which creates problems for everyone, including yourself. So, and I know Julia had some thoughts on that as well.
I just quickly back from the other previous point. I'm not so much answering this question as adding more questions, but if you're going to start thinking about a space deterrence concept, you have to know if there's going to be a degree that's considered aggression. Is there a threat scale? And can you have red lines in space that if crossed, there has to be? So how does existing international law apply to space? Are there countermeasures that are internationally wrongful acts in space? And these are undefined largely. Sorry, I think I might be frozen, but so just going into the space deterrence theory, I don't think it's hard to know if there will be a line that can be crossed in space, whereas if we're going to start talking about attribution or what is really happening in space, if we even know, because it's hard to source back jamming sources or spoofing sources, because you can get these little disks from Radio Shack for quite cheap, and jammers can affect downlinks quite easily. That it's really poisonous spaghetti that's hard to untangle. So I'm really just adding more questions to this, but defining those lines to cross, if we're going to start thinking about at what point can you take action or respond at parity or symmetrically, defining those lines is, from my stance, is really the first step.
Thank you very much. And now I'm just going to do a final round, a final question, and this is for each speaker. So you could, this will be like your closing answer. Hearing all of you guys, space, it's a young field, almost like the Wild West. There's a lot of things that we have to answer. How do you see space evolve over the next 10 years? Are you optimistic, or do you have a healthy dose of pessimism? Let's start with Dennis.
It's quite difficult to predict where space will move. But I'm working for 20 years, more than 20 years at the EU Satellite Center. But so I can already, I have an insight of how much space has bring to the security, at least in the EU area, and it has been great. And I've seen this very strong evolution. We were starting with very few satellite imagery to work on specific question over some places in the world, already working, for example, counter weapons of mass destruction, conflict, etc. But at that time, the frequency of the information we could get to deliver actionable intelligence to the actors in the field was quite limited. Even using the governmental satellites, because we had access already to some of the member states' governmental satellites. Today, I think the picture is completely different. We got several images, sometimes on the same points in the Earth per day. We can integrate a lot of other sources of data, and we are in a permanent link with our users. They give us feedback, and there is a kind of dynamic which is in place, which did not exist clearly even 10 years ago. And this is moving quite fast. So I think that I'm quite optimistic. I see that we have, at least for the mission of the Satellite Center, the core mission, geospatial intelligence, we are progressing, and it's really, we are becoming a key asset for the daily life, I would say, of our users. And at the same time, I say that one of the key issues, and it has been highlighted several times today, is to protect our space assets, both, I would say, from risk which would not, I mean, such as a collision, etc., on orbit, but also to protect them from intentional attacks. And I see really a challenge here. And if you are able to really well protect our infrastructure, I'm quite optimistic for the future. Yes.
Yes, I think that I agree that I'm more optimistic than pessimistic. There's always this note of pessimism based on a potential ripple effect due to debris, for example. But I don't see, I think that space is really an example of how the world can collaborate together. I think it's a win-win situation for all. And nobody really would like to or would have an advantage in having space services denied. So I think that more and more space will go commercial and could be really comparable compared with what happened with cyber. So in the next 10 years, I think there will be for sure a huge increase in activity in space, mostly commercial. There will be a much more tangible impact, let's say more tangible benefits stemming from the use of especially artificial intelligence, because the amount of data that will come from space will be enormous. So I'm pretty optimistic. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm incredibly optimistic. I think the scientific discoveries that we're going to make, the ability to link the world with communications, to open up areas that currently don't have access. We're going to improve people's lives. We're going to bring people together. We're going to allow, communities and villages in Asia and Africa and South America to link to the greater economy that'll help bring them forward in development. I'm very optimistic through all of these things, the commercial, the scientific, the academic, all the advances we're going to make. And the only thing we need to do is just keep in mind that and let our partners and friends and allies around the world know and understand the backside challenges to national security and defense. But I think that among cooperative nations that share the same outlook, the same view on human rights and things like that, if we work together, I see almost nothing but upside. And as long as we're just smart about how we do it, we should be able to manage all of these challenges just like we have in the past. So.
Yeah, I'm also quite optimistic. The security is a pessimistic field for obvious reasons. So sorry if my talk was largely pessimistic about debris, but I am quite optimistic that there'll be development on that front as well. I think there's a lot of investment also, not only in STEM for space, but for new space policy, new space law, and qualitative thinkers that are thinking about why we're doing what we're doing in space and trying to contextualize it not only for our ambitions today, but hopefully for a sustainable future. So I see a lot of really great things happening also for the structures of command. And as long as we're pocketing our interests where what serves us and isn't a bit too uncalculated, say if we're going to start settling permanently on Mars, this is a massive amount of money that would be spent that we could be spending on Earth and isn't necessarily contextualized or thought through with the qualitative thinkers that hopefully will be surfacing in the upcoming years. But that being said, I'm really quite optimistic as well. There's a lot happening in space, and there's a lot more panels happening and a lot more discussion happening the past year, which is thrilling. So I am.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have to finish it, unfortunately, here as we are over time. So thank you for your fascinating presentations and your answers. And on behalf of the Atlantic Forum, I would like to thank you all for taking your time to be here. It's very much appreciated on a Saturday. So thank you. And that's a wrap. I would like to thank you all for watching this extremely long day. We've covered quite a lot of topics, from a exciting morning session talking about strategic communications, lawfare, and counterterrorism in the age of great power rivalry. Further going over intelligence and security and space. I want to thank you all for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. And the session tomorrow starts at 9:45, kicking off with David Van Wiel, the Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges at NATO. See you then. Bye. The Atlantic Forum would like to thank you for participating in this live stream. To leave feedback, please visit the following QR code or the link in the description box below.